Honey, hello. Welcome back to the sanctuary. Hello, hello. It's been a while since we've had one of these, hasn't it? The nice cozy coffee conversation, even though we have wine glasses, honey. The best I could do. I wish I could find some coffee cups. Oh. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing great. You made it through the week, honey. It's Friday. Hooray! We made it. We made it to Friday, honey. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. And now you get to just have a nice little chat with me. That's pretty good. I think. I'm kind of biased, but I think that that's pretty good. I'm trying to think of the last time when we had one of these, because I know that I made it like, I wanted to do these like every Friday, but I don't think that we got a chance to do one last Friday. And I don't know if you guys got a chance to see the thumbnail art. Yeah, we did do one 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so we skipped last week. You guys have seen the new thumbnail art. That was made by a Shezi. Very, very talented artist. And it's now the thumbnail of the series. So yeah, I guess I don't have to really introduce that at all. I hope that you slept well. I hope that you had a good night's rest, honey. I did. It was also raining, so I don't know about you, but I find it pretty cozy whenever it rains. A lot easier to sleep for me. Unless it's like a severe thunderstorm, then it's not. Then I'm up all night looking at the weather. Yeah. I slept pretty okay. I had a pretty funny like story actually of how I woke up. Towards the end of my dream. Usually whenever I have dreams, they're either real spicy or they're just absolute nightmares. I had a pretty spicy one. And towards this music is perfect for this retelling. So towards the end of my dream, this beautiful feminine man was in my dream. And he was trying to keep me from waking up. He's like, Sokar, we don't have to go anywhere, honey. We don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to wake up. You don't have to get out of bed. You can just stay here with me all day. You don't have to stream. Cancel. You should cancel your stream and just stay here with me. And I was like, oh, I guess. He's like, yeah. And I can even go get Five Guys. And I was like, whoa, really? For me? And he was like, so, you want Five Guys? You want Five Guys? And I was like, yeah, uh-huh. And he was like giving me head pats and stuff. And then I woke up and Annie was next to me in bed and asking me if I wanted them to go get Five Guys, like the restaurant. You know, if you don't know, Five Guys is like a burger fast food chain here in America, in the United States. So Annie was asking me if I wanted him to go get Five Guys. And I was like, oh, yeah, sure, you can do that. So that's how I woke up. Femboy, yeah, yep. I'm always dreaming about him. Who is she? Oh, who's Annie? Annie is my partner and my mod. You might have seen them around. Their name in the chat is Animuson. Animuson. Sometimes they're in the chat, but yeah, we're in a relationship together. So And we happened to work on the VTubing stuff together, so that's pretty cool. But I woke, it was kind of heartwarming, right? That this beautiful man in my dream turned out to be Annie all along. Anyways, that's my story. Something else that happened in real life, right? While Annie left to go get food for me, as they often do, they brought back some like Sprite winter spiced cranberry. I've never had the cranberry Sprite before, honey. I've never had it. And I had it for the first time today. And it was an instant love affair. I love it. I'm on my second can of the day of the cranberry Sprite. I guess this is like a seasonal thing though. I've seen the memes. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Although my glass is full. Oh, my glass is absolutely full right now. And I like to drink my sodas with like a straw because I like to take care of my teeth. I don't want to be staining my beautiful fangs. So I tend to drink like all my sodas and coffees and things with a straw. And I can't get the straw in this drink because, it just keeps pushing the straw out. Oh my goodness. So these are my issues of the day. Oh, it's so good though. There's like some ginger in there at the end. A little snap of ginger. Yum yum. One of my favorite things about the season, right, is all the like the winter themed drinks that come out. Except for pumpkin spice. I'm not really big on pumpkin spice. But I like all the winter drinks that come out. All the peppermint stuff and all that kind of stuff. Also, Leah, you asked me earlier, do you play Mortal Kombat? I do not. I haven't played that game since I was a kid. And even then, I remember not being allowed to. Remember my parents being like, that game is it's too bloody and too gory for you. Yeah, kind of disappointing, right? There's a lot of stuff that I didn't really get a chance to experience as a kid or whatever because, you know, my parents were very hyper vigilant about that kind of thing. They would not allow me to play like even, you know, I wasn't allowed to play Grand Theft Auto until I came of age. For my 18th birthday, I remember using my birthday money to go get a copy of Grand Theft Auto 5. And I felt like such a badass. Yeah. Wow, this controversial game. And finally play it now that I'm a grown-up. So yeah, it was one of those situations where like Mortal Kombat was something that I didn't actually own, but I think that like my cousins had a Mortal Kombat game of some kind. I remember watching them play whenever I'd come over and be like, whoa, that's crazy. But I never had a copy for myself because it was not Christian. It was not good. No. You know what the funny thing is though? The funny thing is, it was okay for me to watch things like 007. As long as I closed my eyes during the parts where the grown-ups would make out, right? No kissing. I wasn't allowed to look at that. In a lot of ways, I feel like my experience of life is like delayed because of so many things that I was not allowed to have. And especially because I'm gay, right? Because I came out like early 20s, I want to say. It was definitely after high school. Yeah, I would say early 20s. And so I've only really been embracing myself for, it's been a short amount of time. It hasn't been very long. And so, in a lot of ways, I'm like discovering my interests and things for the first time after so long of just kind of abiding by tradition and never allowing myself to grow. But it's okay. I'm the happiest I've ever been. Seriously. Finding all these things out about myself that I enjoy. like Sprite Cranberry and Vtubing and all the femboys. Yes, those are my recent fascinations. You know, a fighting game that I did play, though, wasn't Mortal Kombat, but I don't know if you've ever heard of Soul Calibur. I played a lot of those games. I started at Soul Calibur 2, and I think I've played them all. I think. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. See how many there are now. How many Soul Caliburs are there these days? I remember playing Soul Calibur 2, 3, 4. They have a Soul Calibur mobile. Interesting. Did I play 5? I can't remember. I want to say that I did. Wait. I don't think I played 5. Soul Calibur 5 was the one that had Ezio from Assassin's Creed. And I remember being like, God, that's so fucking cool. Because at the time, that released in 2012. And 2012, I believe, was the year that Assassin's Creed 3 had released. Because the whole plot of that game was December 21st, 2012, the day the world ends. Then they, went away with that. But I remember being very infatuated with Assassin's Creed at that time. Soul Calibur 5 came out, and I never got it. But then I played 6 later on, after I met Annie. And they're like, hey, I have it on my PlayStation thingy-doo. PlayStation Plusy Blue. Or maybe they just straight up owned it. I don't know. But then I finally got a chance to play 6, but I never played 5. Are you a femboy? Am I? I don't know. What an interesting question. I don't think that I am. I don't think I would call myself a femboy. I don't think that I'm very feminine in that aspect. I have some softer features. I do have a long hair, but I'm not really feminine acting. For me, it's not just an appearance thing, right? In order to check the fembox checkbox, you have to have the look and you gotta have the personality, right? You gotta have the whole package. I'm partial femboy. My personality is very much very domineering. I should like to think. I don't know. Is there such a thing as a dominant femboy? The two seem kind of counter to one another, don't you think? If that's a thing that exists, then maybe. Bum, 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 bum. There's so many things that I want to do with this room that we're in here. We're just using like free assets that came with VTube Studio. But this table, look at it, it's just cheap wood. I really want this to be like a candlelit thing. I couldn't find any candles, honey. I couldn't afford any candles. I turned off the rain though. I have the power to make it rain. Did you know that? Well, I mean, this is my pocket dimension, so I have a lot of authority here. Even over the weather. I turned it off for you. I figured you didn't want to be sitting out here with me in the rain. But someday I would like to get some walls built up around here. Maybe a window or two. Yeah. Then it can rain and we can stay dry. Where is Rakos? Oh, I dropped my can. Good thing I had it poured all the way into a glass. Where is Rakos, you ask? Why? Why? Hold on. Oh, wait. I'm gonna go, and then I don't know. Maybe Rakos will appear. Maybe. You ask for me? Well, Rakos, I heard someone say name. You summon Rakos? Huh? Here's Rakos. This is Rakos. Hello. You missed me. You missed Rakos. I'm always here, in the shadows. Rakos is always here, always waiting, always watching. You know? I have my eye on you. Oh, not my glasses. No. I have my eye on you. Okay. I'm back. Did I miss anything? Did you get to see Rakos? It seems to be like a collective hallucination you guys are having. I don't really know who this Rakos fellow is, but apparently you guys keep seeing him. A little concerned. I need to actually like throw this away. Give me a minute. Give me a second. Oh. Okay. You gotta listen, if you're a streamer like me, if you're a big fancy popular streamer like me, you gotta make sure that your desk is clear of all debris, especially for someone that talks with their hands a whole lot. Hello, Metallic. Welcome back. They removed the new emojis. What? What emojis? Like Like an example, what do you mean? The washing hands is still there, thank God. uh, I wonder. Is the standing man? Oh, the fish? The fish is gone? The volcano? No! Not the fish! The smiling popcorn? Why? How dare? Wow. We're gonna have to get some custom emote ideas so that I can replace them. You know? Bum 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 bum. Even though I know that we're still hundreds of subs away from even being able to do it, but I like to think about it. Bum 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 bum. Also, Leah, you asked, what did you ask me? You asked me, what do you think about live action anime? Oh yeah, we had a little bit of a discussion about this yesterday, didn't we? I don't really have an opinion because I don't really watch it. I don't really have the time to watch anime, even just normal anime anymore. I feel like I'm so much busier than I used to be. I think that it's cool. I'll say that. I think that it's cool that we live at a time when stuff like anime and video games are now being taken seriously by like very real and big movie businesses or whatever. I think that's pretty cool. Because for a long time, people, thought, oh, those things are just for kids. Like, the wider world would never be interested in your little cartoons and your little video games, your little Nintendo games, And now these things have entered the mainstream and getting made into movies. I think that that's cool. I think that's pretty cool. Anime for kids? Well, yeah. At least where I grew up, I don't know. There's blood and sex in some. Where I grew up, honey, I grew up in very, very out there, rural America, deep conservative country where having interests like that made you like an outsider and you were like, what's wrong with you? Are you some kind of child that will never grow up? When are you going to become a man? So I guess maybe that's why that kind of stuff I associate with that. But of course it's not. Of course it's not. That's just people who don't understand. And they see any form of animation and they're like, oh, that's just for kids. Sheltered child. Exactly. You're right. Leah and I were talking a little bit about that earlier with like Mortal Kombat. I was like, honey, I wasn't allowed. I wasn't allowed to play Mortal Kombat. My cousins had a copy of one of them. I watched them play, but I never had one. But yeah, like I know that there are animes out there that are more mature, of course. And I actually tried to I remember trying to introduce my parents to anime, but they couldn't take it seriously. They're like, I don't understand. This is so childish. And I was like, but no, just because the presentation of it is like an animation. Think about all the hard work that goes into it, all the artists and the writers, and I don't know. Hello, Trix. Welcome. Welcome. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. I had a wonderful sleep. I had wonderful dreams. Dreams of femboys, of course. When I'm not having nightmares about, nightmares and anxieties about streaming and about crashing planes and all the rest. I had pretty spicy dreams. Last night I had one that was pretty good. It was pretty good. Towards the end, I had this beautiful, in that zone, between the feminine and the masculine, very androgynous, just non-binary goodness. And they were like, Sokar, you don't have to stream today. You can just stay in bed with me all day. You don't have to do anything. You should cancel. Don't stream. Don't do anything. And I was like, oh, I guess. And I just, I was seduced, honey. And then he was like, oh, Sokar, I could even go and get you 5 guys. And I was like, what? And he started giving me head pats and things, and like, yeah, I can go get you 5 guys. Do you want 5 guys? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. And then I woke up and it was Annie next to me, asking me if I wanted 5 guys, like the food, because they were gonna go get it. Oh, yeah, I was. Oh, who got a 5-some? Not the one that I wanted, but you know what? It's food, and food is the next best thing. But yeah, that was a really fun way to wake up. 5 guys, the restaurant, not the literal. Oh. Annie came back with some of that cranberry Sprite, which I'd never had before. Had for the first time today. I'm on my second one. So I guess I like it. Then again, I really like cranberry stuff. Boom. Boom. I also really like sweet things, though. How did that name of the restaurant get approved? I know, right? It's kind of like a joke between us. Do you want the 5 men? Of course. Of course. 5 guys. I don't actually know why it's called that. That's just what it's called. Someone needs to open another one called 5 Femboys. The restaurant was opened by 5 brothers. Oh, used to live near the first one. Ah, I see. Banana fish is really dark. Oh, right, you were talking about animes, weren't you? Banana fish. What a name. I feel like something got lost in translation there. Banana fish. Banana. Banana fish. Oh. Nope, you're right. That's what it's called. I just Googled it. Banana fish. Oh. A mysterious drug that brainwashes its users, apparently, is what banana fish is in this manga series. Interesting. Yeah, that is certainly a more mature one. Banana. Oh, too bad, Metallic. You don't have the fish emoji. You can't make a banana fish. They got rid of the fish emoji. I don't know why. Metallic was telling me today. They got rid of the fish. They got rid of the volcano. They got rid of the smiling popcorn. Like, I don't understand. But you know what? Because we have the chat on the screen, anytime that you have used those, they're there forever. They've been immortalized. So they're not really dead. They live on in our memory. And the VODs. I like this one. It reminds me of Rakos. Rakos. You see the resemblance? Yes? Da? The nose is missing. Oh, you're right. You're right. I don't think that there is anything like that, though. I think there's a clown nose. I don't think VTube Studio has anything like that, though. There's a lot of assets that over time I would like to get. I want to get a candle. I want to have a nice candle-lit dinner. I want a nicer table than this cheap wood here. We need some windows. We need some lighting. We need some walls. It's like in The Sims, you know, when you're just starting out on an empty lot. That's the phase that we're in right now. There's just this cheap table, a couple of wine glasses, some infinite heart confetti on this empty lot. The necessities, really. Why are the wine glasses on the wrong side of the table? Usually drinks are on the right. Because, listen. Okay, maybe this is weird, but for me, my drinks are always on the left because I'm right-handed, and I would spill drinks constantly. So my mom was like, Sokar, you need to move your drink to the left because you keep knocking it over. So ever since I was a child, my drink's been kept on the left side because I do not move that hand at all. So I guess that habit just remained here. I guess I assumed that most people who were right-handed had the same issue. Maybe I'm just clumsy. You're 10? Oh, Leah, you probably shouldn't be here. You probably should not be in the chat if... Ooh. I'm just gonna say, this is an 18 plus environment. You're 18. I'm gonna hope that was a typo. Oh, I want to make clear to everyone, just while I'm on the subject, this is an 18 plus environment. I prefer talking to other adults because of the subjects that we get into, right? So if you're not at least 18, obviously I can't police you watching, right? But Don't be chatting if you're under 18. I think that's fair. What? You heard what I said. You heard what I said. I don't think the FBI is watching. No, but I am. Nope, but I am. You said that again. You said you're 10 again. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little wee woo. Like, the reason why I say that though is because like the subjects that I get into, like the other day, they probably meant they watched Death Note when they were 10. Yeah, maybe. Is that what you meant? Okay, because like I really don't think that, based on the way that Leah has been talking, I don't think that they are actually that. There is a bit of a language barrier. I also know that. I believe Leah said, you said you were Chinese, correct? It's okay. It's okay. It happens. Lost in translation. I gotcha. I understand. It's all good. It makes sense to me now. Panicked me for a second. Just a hot second. Because I also know that that should be impossible, right? It should be impossible for a minor to even get to my video because I went through all the checkboxes to make sure. All that COPPA stuff. None of them are getting in here. Okay. Okay. We've solved the mystery. But also though, you kind of got me interested in talking about something else, like the kind of subjects that we talk around here. We talk about all the mature things, right? Everything from, more sexual things to more like we talk about mental health a lot too. A couple days ago, we played Genshin Impact and we went through Fremonet's Felxi event, right? And that was an event that turned out it was about depression. And even very briefly touched a little bit on suicide. Towards the end, it touched on grief. So we talked a lot about those things. And it was really nice to see the representation there for things like that. The Femboy Squad. Yeah. Oh, Metallic, if you weren't there, it was a pretty heavy stream. It started out kind of like silly and like, oh, Fremonet, mwah, mwah, mwah. And then it turned into, it got pretty heavy. Turns out Fremonet has got some things going on that made me cry on stream because I found them a little too relatable. Yeah. But stuff like that happens on stream a lot, in my streams a lot. And if you're not comfortable with being around that kind of stuff, then I urge you to leave because it's going to happen over and over and over again. Because I know we had someone pop in during that stream who was like, I don't like this and I'm uncomfortable and like, I'm going to leave. And I was like, okay. You're not having fun? Okay. Well, I'm not going to apologize because it's something I feel pretty strongly about. You don't have to tell me your birth year, Leah. It's fine. It's okay. But I was pleasantly surprised by that story. As someone who, you know, I've been very open about this from the beginning. As someone who has depression and who, you know, I've been through some pretty low moments in my life in dealing with that. And it was really nice to see it touched on. I'm surprised they touched on the subject in that game. Depression usually taboo. I know. It really is. Or it's like just because it's something that just I feel isn't communicated very well. And when it does appear in games and stuff, it's always like just very like stereotyped, and it just gets weird. It was really cool of them, the way that they did it. Because like they weren't just like, oh, Fridaaay has this and there's these other characters that have it too. But they went into talking about like how do you interact with someone who has this? How do you entertain them? And how do you not make them feel weird? And it was just so good. Like even Paimon was like something like, oh, but you know, they were so happy on the outside. How could they possibly be? And it's just like, I love it. I love it. Thank you for going into that. They talked about the symptoms, like loss of interest, right? Because that's what it is. It's very internal. It's not so much external. It's very internal. Anyways, that was a beautiful moment for me, especially in Genshin Impact. Of all games, to like go into something like that in a game that's just about collecting all the hot femboys and, you know, it doesn't really take itself seriously in so many other aspects. But there, it really did. It was just like so surprising. And you know what the sad thing is? Annie told me that event is not replayable. That once it's gone this week, it's gone. So if you haven't had an opportunity to play through it yourself, you should probably get on that, because once it's gone, it's gone. And I hate that. I wish that they would have it stick around. I know, rip. Because I loved it. I like that they took it so seriously too. They had a doctor. One of the characters involved in the storyline was a doctor. Like it was that serious. Like it was they treated it like it was lethal. They're like, this mental disorder, like it can kill. It's a silent killer. It was like, whoa, we got a doctor in here? It was crazy. I loved it. I love that they took it so seriously and they had to play her like on this quest, you know, to help these characters. I hope that they bring it back. We'll have to petition them to bring it back. We'll have to just, when we get to a big enough community, start just like a massive petition campaign. Bring it back. Here's how many stories I've missed because I never used to do events. Yeah. I did it because it involved Fridaaay and I like Fridaaay. But I like Fridaaay even more now because it's like, we have something very unique in common. Like now it all makes sense. Like all his eccentric little hobbies, they were just Like, that's his way of managing it. It's so great. Because I'm the same way. You got my eccentric little hobbies that keep me out of my head. I wonder how long the Sino banner is going to be around. On that note, because I didn't play Genshin yesterday. I need to get those primos so I get Sino. I need him. It's like that scene in what is it? Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, when Anakin walks up on Mace Windu and Palpatine. I need him. No. Till December 19th. Okay, we got until December 19th. I'm gonna have to do some serious grinding. You got him? Oh, Leah got him too? Wow. He yelled? Anakin? Yeah, he does. Because like Mace Windu is gonna kill Palpatine, and Palpatine's like, no, help me, Anakin, help me, oh, oh. And then Anakin's like, no, I need him. He must stand trial. It's not the Jedi way. Help me, Anakin. Oh, I'm so weak. Oh. Yeah. I love that movie so much. I think that episode 3 might be my favorite one out of all of them. I love Revenge of the Sith. There's so much nuance. All the characters. The morality gets so gray. Makes you question the Jedi. Makes you question the Sith. Makes you question just the Anakin and everything and all the characters and what they're going through. Like, it's not really good versus evil. It's just a very morally gray kind of movie, and I love it. And of course, you got all the memes, right? It's so quotable. Hello there. Oh, Obi-Wan. This is where the fun begins. Like, there's just so many quotes. I feel like it's the most quoted Star Wars movie of all of them. It's also where Yoda exiled himself to do ketamine. Oh my god. Is that how he turned out so weird? I think they were going with just the idea that he'd just been alone for so long, hiding out on that swamp planet. That's what made him so silly. But I like your explanation. I love that. Oh, Yoda. Trix is skipping Sino. Give you all my gotcha pull luck. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. I do really want Sino because he's very comparable to me in a lot of ways, right? Not just physically, the white hair, the big fluffy black ears, the red eyes, but just like lore-wise, right? And according to Leah, he also has dad jokes, so yeah. I think it's more for that reason why I want him so badly, is because because Sino is Sokar. He's the closest thing to having like a doppelganger in the game. The closest thing to having me in the game. You have Sino on your team, and then you can just pretend that it's me. But the other one, Ayato, from like a gameplay perspective, right? Ayato is pretty good. Ayato is very useful. I feel like there aren't that many useful Hydro characters. Ayato looks like very good at dealing damage as a Hydro character, because most of them are like healers and stuff, right? So it's always cool to see a Hydro character that is not. I need one. I need someone like that. But I want Sino more. I feel like it would be so perfect, right? To be able to boot up a stream one day and be like, look who I got, honey. Look, it's me. So I have to do it because of that. For my pride. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Oh. Speaking of dad jokes, what did the buffalo say to his son when he dropped him off at school? He said, "Bye, son." You get it? You get it? Because bison. Oh. Yeah. Pretty funny, I know, right? He likes to play TCG. Ah. Oh, is that like the in-game card game? Or do you mean trading card games in general? I used to be one of those nerds. I actually have some Magic the Gathering cards somewhere. Like old. From the 1900s, honey. I don't know, they might not be that old. They might be 2000s. Somewhere in there. Yu-Gi-Oh! I never really got into Yu-Gi-Oh! I was a Pokemon kid. Although I remember watching a little bit of Digimon. I remember watching that. Digimon Digital Monsters. The off-brand Pokemon. The great value Pokemon. Sino and Tignari are your favorite? Oh. It's those big fluffy jackal ears, isn't it? I was really happy the way that they recast the voice actor for Tignari, by the way. After all that, all the controversy that came out. I'm not going to go into it, obviously. If you know, you know. But something real bad happened with Tignari's voice actor, and they got rid of all his lines and got someone new. I thought that was pretty cool. They're like, nope. You watch Yu-Gi-Oh but never understood it? Yeah. It's weird. Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, I'm sorry for any like Yu-Gi-Oh fans out there, but honestly, it's Yu-Gi-Oh is about like in the show, they just play with the cards. Like it's not even real. Like at least Pokemon, it's like a whole like fantasy world that they're immersed in. The Pokemon are real. But like in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like we're literally playing a card game. You know? I don't know. It's just not, Yu-Gi-Oh was definitively never something for me because it just was so weird. Imagine if there was an anime about like Monopoly and it's just people playing Monopoly. Get a jail out of free card. No. Bum, bum, bum. Sino and Tignari are best friends. Oh, like in the lore? That's kind of cool. I guess they're both Sumeru characters, aren't they? I haven't really gotten around to doing anything with Sumeru. I'm still doing Inazuma's story, so I'm a little behind. It took me a little bit to get into Genshin. By the time I got into Genshin, I feel like everyone else was already moved way far along than me. When I started playing in Mondstadt, I feel like everyone else was like at the end of Inazuma. Probably want an Egyptian theme anime or something. Yeah. But yeah, like, from what I understand, that's like the whole anime. They're just having duels. Duels. Constantly. With their cards. Because that's why, like, kind of on the same note, why I could never really get into Dragon Ball Z. Because it just, I'm going to fight you now for 100 episodes. We're gonna have the world's longest duel. But who knows? Maybe there's some heart-wrenching plot there. Some like, maybe there's like a gay romance in there somewhere. There's some real juicy drama. I don't know. But from what I understand, yeah, it's like Trix said, taking 5 episodes just to power up. I'm not into it. I need the romance. I need the drama. I need the mystery. You gotta really hook me. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Sino has an adopted daughter? I didn't know that. How old is Sino? Now I'm curious. Do they ever actually give the ages of the characters? I don't know if they do. I'm genuinely curious. Was Naruto the one that had the most flashbacks? I don't know. I never got into Naruto. I know there's a really hot guy in there though. There's a lot of really spicy fan art and fan fiction that I enjoy. But I never actually watched. I don't recall ever hearing ages for any characters outside of it. Like the Archons mentioning being around for hundreds of years. True. True. Because, like, what's his face? You know, the god of Mondstadt? Why can't I think of his name? He's been around for centuries and centuries, so who knows? Who knows? I can't believe I can't think of his name. Also, Ash from Pokemon is an age. Okay, bye, Leah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Mwah. I can wave. Wait, where's my wave? Wave. Bye-bye. Venti. Right, he was the one that was named after the coffee. I remember that. Venti means 20 in Italian. Did you know that? So is Venti 20? I don't know. I just know that's what it means. Because it's like, it means, I have to actually Google. Why is that used in the coffee world? I used to know. What does it mean? I'm guessing 20 ounces. Yeah, a hot venti beverage contains 20 ounces of coffee. Yeah. Zhong Li is so old, maybe 300. Yeah, that's another one, right? Bye, Leah. You know that Zhong Li is called something different in Japan. I used to know. Because I was watching a Japanese VTuber play Genshin months ago. And I was trying to tell him, like, hey, Zhong Li, I really like him. He kind of reminds me of me. Kind of got my style. And they were like really confused. Like, who is Zhong Li? Like, that character, that one. There was a bit of a language barrier, so it took a while. And they called him something else. Like, oh, you mean it was something else. I can't remember what it was. I think it was Sora, maybe? Something, I feel like it started with an S. Shouri, that's what it was. Like Shouri. They called him Shouri. I thought that was interesting that they changed the name from Shouri to Zhong Li in the English version. Yeah. I can't remember what it means. I feel like it meant something to the equivalent of teacher or something like that. In Japanese, Zhong Li is called Shouri with the sensei honorific, reflecting his status as a respected consultant. Ah. Okay. But what does Zhong Li mean? What is the meaning here? Leaving bell. A bell is used to represent treasure in Chinese culture. In this case, it means he's leaving his treasure behind, transforming into a human. What? I don't know. That's what I could find though. Also, there's also this result. The first word meaning clock. The second word meaning leave. That seems to be consistent. Everyone seems to agree that the second part of Zhongli, it means leaving. This one says a clock. So, Zhongli's name is a play on the words clock and funeral. He also works at a funeral parlor. I don't know. I don't know. Just interesting to me that he has two different names depending on the localization. But yeah, if you didn't know, Zhongli is he's a character that I quite like. Not like in a sexual way. He's like another one of those characters that's just like, I can respect his power. I can see myself in him. Not in that way. Not in that way, you know. Apparently it's snowing. Yay! I love the snow. My outfit actually, you know, like all the embroidery in my outfit, I was very inspired by Zhongli when I asked my mama, Mama Shu, to bring me to life. I was like, hey, you know that style they got going on there? Give me a coat like that. Very aristocratic, very fancy. So yeah, Zhongli and I have the same taste in fashion. Maybe the Japanese have their own naming for the Chinese? Huh. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I remember going into a deep dive recently on Donkey Kong. At some point, I think it was in the middle of one of Annie's Hamtaro streams. And Annie was like, why do they call it Donkey Kong? Like, how'd they arrive at that name? And then I ended up on Google forever. It's crazy. The story there. And the legal battle they got in with Universal over King Kong. Because, you know, they were like, oh, well, that's ours. And then Nintendo was like, no, it's ours. There was a whole interesting struggle over that. Bum, 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 bum. You ever watch the anime? Guy gets reverse isekai to modern Japan for musicals. Wow. Reverse isekais are interesting. There was something like that happened in Inuyasha, actually. At some point, Inuyasha like climbs up the well into the modern world. The well is like the entry point between the present and the past. And he climbs up the well to go after Kagome because he just can't bear to be away from her. Wants to know where the hell she is. And he ends up there, and it's really interesting. This silly little half demon like me, trying to fit in with the modern world and discovering ramen and all kinds of things. That was another source of inspiration for me. Inuyasha! I love Inuyasha. Everything about my VTuber persona, like I say, is it's me, honey. It's me. It's not just some random design. Like, everything means something. Ramen sure is nice. Soup spaghetti with extra stuff in it. Hey, ramen is nice though. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. It seems like you're being sarcastic. If you are. I like ramen. I like spicy ramen. I like the spice. Inuyasha inspiration. Yep. I love it. I love the whole half demon thing, you know? I feel like everyone's gotta be a demon. Everyone's gotta go full demon. But no one ever really explores the nuance of what if you're just partial? And it's relatable in that way, trying to fit in. You can't fit in with either world. And I found it relatable because I'm edgy as hell and I don't feel like I fit in anywhere. That's why I made this place. I made my own place. Made my own home. You can't have that many halves, Metallic. You can't have 4 halves. A half is one of 2. I know fractions. Weren't fanfics like this? Yeah. I know what you mean, though. There are fanfictions out there where people are like, I'm part this, and this. I have a foot in every single fandom. Always half demon, half something. I'm just half demon, half human. I'm half demon, half human. Little bit of humanity to go with my edginess. And that makes me a vampire. Because at the end of the day, isn't that what a vampire is? I mean, really. Oh. Although, I don't know too many vampires that have big old fluffy ears like mine. Now that was a choice. That was a choice. I'll leave it at that. Wouldn't it be funny if I had like human ears below in addition to those? I don't. I thought that would be silly. There's a game where you can pick a half vampire race. Is there? A half vampire? That's weird. Also, why is my... Hold on, my chat is being weird. No, it's fine. I noticed a slight delay between those messages, but it's not as bad as it used to be. When I first started VTubing, we weren't using this whole live chat thing that why can't I say your fucking name? Animusin. Annie for short. Much easier to say. Before I had Annie's help, I remember messages taking forever to come through. Now it's like, might be a second or two. Dampiers. Half vampire race, Dampiers. Interesting. So they'd be a quarter demon, wouldn't they? They're a quarter demon. Ah. Dampier. In Balkan folklore, a Dampier is a mythical creature that is the result of a union between a vampire and a human. The union was usually between male vampires and female humans. Ah. Interesting. So they're the children of a vampire and a human. Oh. That's cool. So the fact that it's also based in folklore. I like stuff that's based in folklore. Because, like, sure, pulling out lore from a game, it's like, okay, fine. But if it's something that's, like, based in folklore and mythology, it's like, ooh, ooh, culture, Pathfinder sounds so familiar. Why does Pathfinder sound so familiar? What? Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Is that like a D&D thing? Is that the D&D universe? Oh. The dice game? Sequel to Pathfinder Kingmaker. God, I swear I played this. I feel like I played it before. Gameplay is modeled after Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights. Okay. Let me look at my Steam library. Oh, I don't have it. Why does that seem so familiar? Pathfinder. God, I swear I played this. Maybe I didn't play it on Steam, but I'm like 90% sure that I played this. I'm looking it up and I'm like, yep. My D&D group is switching over to Pathfinder after our current campaign. Oh. Trix, why are you so cool? You're pretty cool, you know? Coming in here just like, yeah, my D&D group switched over to Pathfinder after our current campaign. Yeah. Did you guys ever make it through the Played Up? Did you ever make it through that nightmare? I know you were having a hard time with that one. I wonder if there is an ending to that game. I actually don't even know. It's possible. I think I'm Googling the ending of Plate Up. I don't think there is. Failed on day 14 because of pumpkin pie. Oh, right! I remember seeing that message. Day 14. I think you have to do 15. You get to reach day 15 to like become a franchise or whatever. Could you imagine, by the way, just like opening a restaurant for 2 weeks and then just closing? Imagine if that's just how it went. And I mean, maybe, I don't know. Just in business for a couple weeks and like, oh, well, time to close. The pumpkin pie couldn't keep up. I hadn't played that game in forever, so who knows how it's been updated. Who knows? There's a lot of games that I'd been meaning to get back to. Take a look at. I recently like re-downloaded a game called War Thunder. I used to play it years ago. Very badly. And I had a shitty computer back then. So my computer played it very badly too. But yeah, I've been going back looking at like other games. It's like, oh, I remember starting that and being unable to progress. Ooh. What is this game in our library? Waddle Home. This must be one of Annie's. Waddle, waddle. That's silly. It would be a game about penguins. Oh, it's a VR game about penguins. Annie's never gonna play that. It's always fun to look through our library and just be like, how did that get there? Oh, what is that? Who bought this? Penguin! Penguins are cool. How does VR work with wires? With wires? Wait. How does the internet work? With all of its cables and whatnot? Where does it come from? There was a really silly YouTube video I remember watching that was like where the internet comes from, how it's made. And it was just like a parody. Like, it all begins in the farmlands of Britain, like where the internet is harvested. Like, then it is sent through the pipeline. I have some VR stuff because PlayStation didn't used to mark things as VR required. Clearly enough, and I wouldn't realize they were VR. Oh! Right. I remember that era. They would really get you. VR. were several of those that got me to live out your Star Wars fantasy in this new VR game where you just stand in place and whack at things. Yeah. But the way that they present it made it seem like it was so much more than that, and that it might not even have been VR. I think a lot of titles actually put VR in the name now. They used to not. It would confuse you. Boom, 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 boom. Did you ever break things like in VR? Whenever I would use VR, I have like an Oculus Rift headset somewhere. I would use it just like, I would just put it on to use it as just with my games, just to look around. I never really played like exclusively VR games. Like I'd put it on and play World of Warcraft or something. Subnautica. Subnautica with VR on is amazing. Just sitting at your computer, you know, using... I think you have to use a controller. And just looking around. It's very cool. The new store interface has it listed in the details section at the top. Used to be buried at the bottom of the page. It used to be a bottom, and now it's a top. Wow. Congratulations on VR for finding itself, realizing what it was. Welcome to the top gaming. Welcome to the top club. Would you play a Star Wars game that was just the youngling scene? Oh boy. That would be interesting. I don't think I would stream it. That might be a little too violent. That might be a little too intense. He killed younglings. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Technically speaking, I would say that droids are younglings too, aren't they? I mean, they're just manufactured and then right off to war they go. They're younglings. That's something that I always thought was kind of interesting, right? Like with like Detroit Become Human. All those androids, they have like the mind of a child because they're just brought in. They have no experience of life. That's why they behave the way that they do. They're so curious. Because they're like baby minds. They do? Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. That one guy did an uprising. Yeah. What was his name? Marcus. But yeah, like they have bodies that are like adults, right? Like adult humans. But they haven't been in existence for very long. Because they're just, you know, made in the factory. Switched on. So they're just very curious. Wanting to know everything. Very impulsive in that way, I guess. At least in the game they were. I have thoughts about that game. Like, as a game, it was a good game. Story, pretty good. Really got the waterworks going. Made me cry a little bit. But I've never really liked the idea of AI being taken to that extreme. I think that it's a little dramatic. I really don't think that that is in our future. The idea of AI being able to be seen as these like emotional creatures. Like they just execute commands. They're just programs that execute commands, you know? Whatever it's doing, it was commanded to do. That's just how it works. They're not driven by anything like biology is. Right? Biological life is like, hey, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I need to move, my cells need to replicate. I am driven by deprivation of something, by suffering, by pleasure, making decisions, you know, based upon what's going on in the chemistry. Whereas an android doesn't have any of that going on. It's just a machine with code that is like, if this, then this. But it's not driven by pain, it's not driven by pleasure, it's not driven by anything like that. I can't experience deprivation or abundance or anything like that. It just, that's all. Must be some complex commands to make an actual AI. Yeah. It just is nothing. I think that sci-fi has played with it a little too much, and it has in a way harmed society because there's so many people that don't understand how it works, and now people are just terrified of like the Skynet Terminator future that is impending. It's like, no, they're just stupid text like generators, and like that's all they're ever gonna be. That's all they're ever gonna be. All they're ever gonna know is how to copy and paste. That's it. They copy, they paste, you give them command, they do it, and that's it. This man, I can't have a robot girlfriend. I'm sure you can, but it's gonna be really fake. It's just gonna be spitting copied and pasted scripts at you. So if you're into that, you'd have to really be able to suspend reality. Of course I love you. My love. I feel like it's never gonna feel real because they don't have a life of their own. They're just there to spit messages at you. They don't have any hopes and dreams and fears and trauma. There's nothing to bond over there. But I'm sure that there's already something out there like that that's just very carnal and what's the word? Superficial. I'm sure there's some chatbots out there chatting people up right now. That's all that they could ever be. I hate to break it to you. You're never gonna get wined and dined by an AI. You're never gonna be given an experience like like a cozy coffee conversation stream like this one. Maybe I feel that way as well, just because my partner, Annie, like, very well versed in programming, even more passionate about that subject than me. That's all I hear about all the time. Anytime we watch something that has evil AI, Annie just won't shut up. Actually. There's some sci-fis that will try to bring that reality to life by like doing something like transplanting a human brain into a machine body, right? It's another sci-fi trope that's out there, right? Cyborg. The cyborg. That's the future. The best example I could think of to disprove that ever becoming a thing is what are they? In Doctor Who. You know the Cybermen? There was like this episode. There's so many episodes. I couldn't remember the name of it. Where the Cybermen like start absorbing human brains or whatever. And like the people inside of them start going crazy because like they're so used to experiencing, you know, what it was to be in a human body. They just can't take it. And they're just so sad. And they're just so cold as well. Right? Like literally they have the experience of being cold all the time. And they comment on it. He defeats them by simply disabling their emotional inhibitors and they realize what they become. Right, that's what it was. He disabled their emotional inhibitors on the Cybermen. And then the Cybermen were like, oh, what am I? I can't feel anything. It's so cold. Oh. And I feel like that is what would happen if humans ever merged with machines like a certain billionaire really wants to happen. I think that the psychological damage in our society would be really bad. I don't think it would be good. I think we'd start seeing all kinds of stories coming out of people going insane and doing all kinds of damage to themselves. It would not be fun. Cyborg, yeah. I don't think the cyborg life would be as heroic and wonderful as you think it might be, honey. I think that mental health would still be a thing. You'd have to address that part of it. I think that the risk of your mental health deteriorating would be immense. Would you get robotic limbs? Now that is a thing that actually, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. There's plenty of people out there who manage to get a new lease on life, you know, because for whatever reason, they no longer have functioning limbs, right? In the event your limbs get messed up, right? You get like a prosthetic, get like a robotic prosthetic. That's cool. I think that's helpful. I think we're going to continue seeing advances there. And I'm all about that. That's great. But like to completely transfer a human consciousness into a machine frame. No. You know, to just be chipping and implanting willy-nilly. I feel like that could be a can of worms. That could be a Pandora's box. People could get a little cray-cray. Have to feel very disassociated with who they are. That's the word I was looking for, disassociation. I think that would become a very real problem. I go for robotic eyes because I'm short-sighted. Not sure how I feel about lasers though. Yeah. I can understand. As a person who wears glasses outside of the sanctuary when I'm not streaming. I don't know how I feel about laser eye surgery. I haven't met anyone who's gone through it. I'd be so curious at some point if we get someone in the community, like, tell me how it was. It sounds so scary to me. I feel like they would keep you awake for it. I know that there's like that worst case scenario, right? Where they actually blind you. There was a story I read about some kid that happened to. That was pretty early on when it was like becoming a technology though. Maybe they've made it so that doesn't happen. And he says, the difference there is a robotic limb only accepts input from a controller. It doesn't attempt to control the person. Once you start sending input, yeah, a lot of problems can occur. I agree. Once you start sending signals, when you start sending those mixed signals, yeah, I'm all for robotics giving people more mobility. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, and that'll be exciting. I just don't want to see AI technology being used in a way that is like, oh, it'll cure your depression. It'll make you feel like this and be like that, and you'll just become an absolute superhuman. Just, no. No. I don't feel comfy with that. Depends how competent the laser surgeon guy is. Some people out there getting eye tattoos. First thing, can't do anything eye related. Yeah, me neither, Tricks. Ugh. I already have such a big problem with needles that if anyone were to be putting needles around my eyes, ooh, they would get one of these. I don't like sharp things. I do not. Not a fan. Had a pretty traumatic experience with needles when I was a kid. It was the last time I ever had blood drawn because it just terrified me. I went in to get my blood drawn. I believe it was because they were like testing my blood for allergies or something. Because I was really sick all the time. And my parents didn't know why. And so my mom took me into this clinic to have it done. And I was hysterical. I was like, oh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to where. And so she's like, okay, you know what? I'll sit next to you and I'll have it done to me just to show you like what it's like, how it's not a big deal. So they had this nurse come in and just, it looked painless. My mom was like, looked fine. It was so quick. Like, oh, cool, great. So I guess it's not so bad, right? But then they brought in this much older woman, different nurse who came in. And very shaky. Like, I honestly don't know why she was working there. And they had her do it to me. And my mom was like, why can't you use like the nurse that you didn't, that just worked on me? They're like, oh, we need to train her. She's here. And like, I don't know what excuse they gave, but this older woman drew my blood and she could not find my vein. She was, in addition to being old and shaky, she was apparently new to the profession. I don't know. So they were trying to guide her and show her like, oh, you need to go here. And meanwhile, I was just like screaming and crying because they kept missing and just poking me. And I got a big old nasty bruise after that day. But it was like really traumatic for me watching my blood spurt up the thing and they had me, because they couldn't get the blood to flow up the tube or whatever, they gave me like a stress ball. And I'll never forget. It was a stress ball that looked like a globe of the world, right? It was blue and green. It was Earth. It had me squeeze Earth. I was squeezing this little replica of Earth. Because they're like, oh, you do that, it'll help the blood flow. And yeah, that'll stick with me forever. Forever. And finally they got the amount of blood they needed. It took a long time. And I was sobbing. My mom was furious. My mom was a very protective mother. She, if anyone ever like trespassed into like that territory, of mom territory, she would let them know. So she let them know. On our way out, she was just, man, she was just cursing up a storm. She was up at the front desk just telling them all to go fuck themselves. Like, ma'am, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. And she took me out for ice cream after that. Yeah. I never had my blood drawn again after that day. No, I just hate needles. I hate them. Even though, like, logically, I know. Like ENVtuber said, that clinic was just a stupid place. Like, they were just very irresponsible, very unprofessional. I'm sure that if I were to go to literally any other medical place and have that done, it would be a much smoother experience than that little clinic out in the middle of nowhere, America. But like, when you have a traumatic event happen in your life, sometimes irrational fears can emerge from that event. And just anytime I see like medical stuff in like that cold, sterile environment, I just that's one of my things. Like, I really don't like seeing like medical instruments and things, and whenever that appears in horror, I get so uncomfortable. Anytime I see blood in a sterile hospital environment, I don't like it. Otherwise, I'm pretty okay about blood. It's just like that very specific context. Like, is the blood associated with needles and medical shit? I don't like it. I don't like it. It's a little clinic. It was small town. The small town life. The same, I think they also, that was the same clinic that I was born. They didn't have like a hospital. Maybe that explains why my birth went so poorly. Because they couldn't get me out in time. Which is why I have deafness. I started, my heart stopped beating, and apparently I took a little bit of brain damage because that part started to die. Started to go into brain death. Yeah. So they're like, emergency C-section because we took too fucking long and we don't know what we're doing. And they cut me out. So I've already died. I've already died and come back to life. And I came back with far less hearing. I'm completely deaf in my left ear, and in my right ear, I'm not totally deaf, but I think I'm like 60% or something like that. It's definitely like majority deafness in that ear. I don't have much. But that's one of the things, like, that's why I enjoy streaming. Because it's like, it doesn't really matter. That part of me doesn't really matter at all. I can just put in my little PlayStation earbud I use from my PS4. I got that hooked into my mic because, you know, I only got one functional ear. And I put that in my right ear. And it's like a hearing aid of sorts, right? I can hear myself nice and loud. I've noticed that is something that, like, I'll get a little bit of, maybe that's why I enjoy hearing myself so much. It just clicked for me. Ever since I was a kid, I really enjoyed hearing myself. My dad was a very musical man, and he had a whole bunch of, like, audio equipment for his little band or whatever. And I would always play with the mic and just, like, wah, wah, wah. And ever since I was little, I've enjoyed audio. Maybe that's why, because I can hear myself. It's nice. Whenever I'm finished with a stream and I take it out of my ear, I'm like, no, now everything's muffled and dumb. You know? But streaming is like something for me that I can actually do with that disability. I have had some quote unquote real, you know, normie jobs before this. They were always like, what's the word? Custodial kind of work, because it's all I can do. And I hated it because it's like, God, I'm capable of so much more. You got me doing like counting inventory and washing dishes and sweeping the lobby and like, it drove me crazy because like I know what I'm capable of. I've taken so many classes. I was like an A student all the way through my life. A B student. and just couldn't function in the world post high school. It was a disability that just really held me back. I remember working in fast food for a bit, and like the management felt so bad because they're like, God, Sokar, like you're so charismatic, and like I feel like you got the personality to be working up front. And so they tried that with me, and I was like working up front at this restaurant as like, you know, cashier and all the rest. And I was good at it. And I had some customers that really enjoyed seeing me there, and they'd come in and they'd be so happy to see Sokar. Oh, Sokar's working today. But there were a lot of other customers that they did not like me, because I would constantly be like, could you repeat that? What were you saying? Oh, I'm sorry. I messed up that part of your order. Oh, I forgot. Did you order 2 orders ago? How long have you been standing there? That would happen a lot. And as you can imagine, not so many customers were okay with that kind of service. And I would try to be as nice as possible and try to explain, you know, oh, I'm hard of hearing, and, you know, sorry, I've also got problems with my memory that I'm pretty sure are linked to that little event when I was born. I'm pretty sure that not only affected my hearing, but possibly another center of my brain. So yeah, it was really hard for me. And the only way to like become a manager, because like I wanted to move up the ranks, right? I was ambitious. I didn't want to just be, you know, a little minion. But they were like, you got to be able to work the drive-thru at least if you're going to be manager, Sokar. We got to be able to show that you can function in all elements of the store. And I tried it. I tried working the drive-thru. I could not. It was so embarrassing. It was so humiliating, because I'll never forget the customer on the other end being so mad, being so furious because I could not do it. And my coworkers, I couldn't hear my coworkers because the headset was over my good ear, right? So I couldn't communicate with my coworkers properly. While the customer was talking to me, everything around me was just total silence. And my coworkers trying to mouth words and like gesture, and it was, I remember crying that day because it's like, I can't do it. Like my disability literally will not allow me to do this. So I can't become a manager. So I can't progress. I'm always gonna be the fucking hard of hearing custodian boy at this fucking place. And it really sucked. And after a while of doing that, they felt really bad. And they're like, well, we'll keep you on the quietest parts of the shift. You know, we'll put you on like the deadest parts of the day. And so I started working part-time, and, you know, during the dead parts of the day, which is like, I think it was like afternoon, after lunch, but before dinner. That was where I would usually be. And it was nice and slow, but I didn't make much money. And I just, they were really nice to me. They tried their very best. But in the end, it wasn't them, it was me. So I left that job. I never went back to food service after that, once I realized, damn, this disability is a little more of a hindrance than I thought. And I tried some other things, but you know, it's just always been something that has followed me in my life. And I can't get it fixed without having brain surgery, because it is a neurological thing. And I don't want to do that. I don't want anyone cutting my head open. I feel like I can function just fine outside of customer service. And I have a nice supportive partner pretty much fully dependent on, because yeah, it's hard to find work when you can't fucking hear your customers. But streaming is something that I hope to, well, I shouldn't say I hope to, it's something that I am doing, that I am embracing, that I hope to make money off someday. Be able to say, hey, yeah, I'm independently doing this. Not that I don't appreciate Annie. But it's a measure of pride. I would love to be able to say that I could, that I could make money doing this, but obviously I'm not greedy or anything, and I'm very happy where I am, very comfortable where I am. But streaming, VTubing gives me an opportunity to function in a way that I couldn't function before. And I think that's pretty cool. And I think that there's a lot of other VTubers out there that might have their own hangups, that this whole medium of entertainment, of communication, allows them to function in a way that they couldn't function before. And that's pretty awesome. So yeah, that's my TED Talk. That's my TED Talk. So that's one of the reasons why I guess I VTube. But also, it's really not a matter of like privacy or anything like that. I'm very reclusive. Like, because I don't have any coworkers, obviously. I don't have an employer, obviously. I'm not worried about anything like that. I'm very introverted. And maybe at some point, maybe someday I will do more like IRL stuff if I can be convinced to get out of my shell. And if things go well enough, maybe I'll do some more IRL stuff. Like, I'm not afraid about face reveals or anything like that. I could see that happening. I do it just because it's cool and because it's comfy. That's why I like it. But like, if anyone ever actually saw me, I wouldn't mind. Or even a hand cam, yeah. Sokar hand cam. Yeah, like, I could see stuff like that happening for sure at some point. I had no problems with that. It's because I'm so isolated and reclusive. Like, there's only a handful of family members even that I keep in contact with. And when I say keep in contact, I mean vaguely. So I'm not really concerned about anyone like blackmailing me or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't care. I just don't want anyone ever getting access to like my personal information for identity theft. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. But like, if anyone ever actually saw my face or something someday, I wouldn't care. It's probably gonna happen. Especially if someday I start going to conventions. I've never been to one before, but hey. Maybe someday you'll see Sokar. I wouldn't mind. Whatever, you know? Some people are very scared of that, and they have their reasons. I feel like a lot of it is work related. You know, they don't want to jeopardize their work life, but I am in a weird position where I'm a homebody. So I don't really have any ties like that to worry about. Oh no, not the VTuber boy. Oh. A hand cam though for cooking, that's interesting. Oh, I don't know. I might do like, I'd probably do baking more than cooking. I think I'd feel more comfortable doing baking than cooking. I think baking would be safer too. Baking would not involve the potential for cutting myself or burning myself, really, right? I think that would have, yeah, like baking cookies. I think I could bake some cookies, honey. I could do that. We could make little heart-shaped cookies. Ooh. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's put that on my little idea thingy do. Yeah, that's something I can do. Yeah, I got some big plans for stuff like that. I know we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. That's something I've been thinking a lot about though, lately especially. I feel like all I do is just play games, and that's fine. That's fine. Something a lot of people do in the VTubing world is they just play games. But I do want to move beyond that. As much as I'm enjoying it, and as much variety as I've been trying to put into my games that I play, I do want to do a little more. I don't know when and how it's going to happen. I just know that I want it to happen. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I've already received several requests for a karaoke stream. That's one that's got me a little nervous. I don't know about that. I don't know. It's not a no, but it's not a yes. You did? Yeah. Over the course of streaming, I feel like every now and again there's someone that'll come up in chat and be like, when are we getting a karaoke stream? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that. It's a whole thing. I feel like people who do karaoke streams are like, they're not afraid to lose the content, right? Afterwards. But I'm very clingy and possessive. I want all my content to stay up forever. And if I do a karaoke stream, we're going to have some wonderful moments that I'm not going to be able to preserve. You know? They'll take it down. YouTube will be like, oh, copyright strike. You strike. You're out. And then they'll spank me and send me on my way. And they'll be like, no. But I sang so good. And we laughed and we cried. And now it's gone. You know? That's my main concern. That's why I think I could never be a Twitch streamer. Because, like, you'll lose everything. And if you don't want to lose everything, then you have to, like, very proactively, like, make a YouTube account and, like, keep your VODs all edited and curated. And I can't let go, honey. I can't do it. Those are my thoughts on that. Those are my thoughts on that. The closest thing you're getting to karaoke so far is gonna be me just making silly songs of my own. Original songs. Hey, that's an idea. What if I wrote original songs? Then you couldn't take me down. Ah. I know I do a lot of silly. I like to break into song a whole lot during my streams. So there's that. And all my references to, you know, all my favorite bands. You got that. Is that good enough for you for now? Oh, maybe. Well, thank you, Metallic. At least it wasn't a hard no. I'll take it. Oh. Ooh, stretch. Oh, it's been 2 hours already. Isn't that crazy? 2 hours. Oh. I feel like I should get up and like go make some hot apple cider or something. But the thing is, if I take a break during a just chatting stream, everything goes dark. You remember that? That always happens. I don't like that. I don't like, it's like, oh honey, I gotta get up from the table. I'll just turn off the light and leave you here in the dark. Oh. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're not gonna do the silhouette style of break. What we are gonna do is we're gonna go back to basics. Where the hell was that? We're gonna take off the silhouette. Where was it? Model when tracking lost. We're gonna stay at pose. Okay. So what's gonna happen is whenever I go to break during my just chatting streams, you're gonna see me in some weird pose. It might be silly, it might be sexy. I'm just gonna have an out of body experience, but I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? All right. The only thing is I have to manually check my break thing. Is it this? Is it that? Where'd it go? Where's my break message? Man. Wait, there it is. Okay. What? You'll see, Metallic. It'll all make sense. It'll all make sense soon. Because the only other alternative is to make everything dark like I usually do. And unfortunately, that makes the whole scene dark. And it's kind of awkward, isn't it? Okay. Well, I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Mwah, be good. Back. I'm back. You see what I mean? That was how I used to do breaks way back in the day. Oops. Way back in the day. I would just leave my body. And usually my model would just end up with very happily closed eyes, smiling. But sometimes I would leave and then I would get like stuck in a weird pose where I'm just like looking very like, I stopped doing it because it was, I don't know, it bothered me. Didn't like it. But you know what the main reason was for why I did that, actually? Now that I think about it. So now I have this whole system where I do this, right? The reason why I do this is because then if I'm eating or something, you can't see. You can't see. And I have anxiety about that. So that was why I did that. But now I have like a webcam that's got like a cap, like a foldable little cover. So if I wanted to stop my tracking, all I have to do is just like that. Oh. That was the main reason why I stopped doing that. Anyways. Before, I didn't have a cover. So it was awkward. So it was really awkward. I have a thing with that. Even with Vtubing, right? I don't like eating in public. You did. The cover for the previous webcam was just annoying to use. Oh yeah, because you had to like screw it on, didn't you? If I recall. Yeah, I did have a cover. I just hated it, so I never used it. Yeah, I don't like eating in public. I get so self-conscious. I got problems with that. If I do eat in public, I'm eating in the corner booth, and I'm eating in like the corner, right? So if you ever go out to eat with me, I want you to block me, you know? I want to be in the very, very back of the corner booth of the whole restaurant, and you are going to sit next to me to lower the visibility of me eating. I don't want it. I don't want it. People look at you when eating. I don't know if they do. I just have an anxiety about that. I have this like weird thing in my head where I just imagine everyone just like, oh, look at that guy over there. Look at him. Look at him stuffing his face. I hate it. Like there's no elegant way to eat like a burger or something, right? How are you supposed just like pinky up? Oh, look at me eating my burger. I don't know. It's just like a self-conscious anxiety thing. It doesn't make any sense. I know. Completely irrational and weird. Why would anyone else be doing that? Be looking away from their own food because they're there to eat too. They're not there to stare at me. I just have a problem with that. Anytime I go out in public, I'm like, God, all these people exist just to make me feel uncomfortable. They're all like they're probably all judging me. They're probably all thinking about what I'm wearing. God, they're probably judging my hair. Oh no. Oh no, did I brush my hair enough today? Just like, it's annoying to live with. And if you have it too, then you know. Even like before I start streaming, it's really silly, right? Because you'd think that the whole appeal of VTubing would be like, oh, you don't have to like get dressed and like address your hair and make sure that you're all pretty, right? As a VTuber, that's kind of one of the advantages you have, is you can just roll out of bed and just, oh, hello guys, and just look probably absolutely awful. But to everyone out there, you look like cute VTuber anime boy. But because of that particular anxiety that I have, I will insist on going through my whole routine. I will brush my hair and brush my teeth and find a nice outfit to wear and just, it's stupid, right? Because you guys don't even see me. You don't even see IRL me. But I go through that whole routine for my own like kind of mental health because I just get so self-conscious. Anyway, that's a little bit about me. I'm obsessed with my personal appearance. Not out of vanity or anything like that. It's just out of anxiety. It's stupid, right? I don't know why I'm that way. But I am. Always constantly checking, making sure, oh, you looking good? Are you looking good? Oh. That's, I guess, one of the reasons why I don't like crowds. Not just because of the claustrophobic kind of intoxicating nature of being in a crowd. That's the first one, right? Just the claustrophobia of it. The second is the noise. As a person who can only hear in mono sound, basically, it's like white noise. It's like just a muffled white noise. You can't really pick anything out. I don't know where anything... If we're in a crowd, honey, and you lose sight of me, I'm gone. I don't know where you are. I don't know where you are. There's no way. I'm gone. You lost me. Because I can't pick out any individual voices. I don't know where the direction of anything is. I can't detect proximity. I don't know. Not even hearing aids help. I can't use hearing aids because it's a neurological condition. Hearing aids can't repair brain tissue, can they? No. They gotta cut into my head and put in some cybernetic shit that I don't like. I don't want. I remember them offering me that treatment, and my mom was like, "Do you want to do that? Like, is that something that you want, son? Because it sounds, I feel like you can function properly if we just work on this, you know, and we get you into some classes. And personally, I think that you can function very well." And I was like, yeah, I don't want them cutting my head open and doing that surgery. So we turned down the surgery. Because even the doctor was like, you seem pretty, cognizant. And I think that you can function if you blah, blah, blah. So then I went through all kinds of speech classes and things because when I was a little kid, I actually couldn't talk all that well. I'm not talking just like speech classes for like, oh, learning how to form an argument, learning how to accentuate. I had to take like legitimate speech classes because my words would just kind of blend together. I just didn't know how to speak properly because I couldn't hear myself properly. So I took lots of classes and saw lots of doctors and went through that whole fun chapter of my life with the audiologist department with their little... They had these little toys of like the monkeys with the glowing red eyes and the cymbals that would like bang every time you got a word right. It was... Anyways, if any of you out there happen to have struggled with deafness and went through that, then you know what I'm talking about. I hate those things. They like put all these creepy toys around to make you feel more comforted as a kid. Ugh, I hate those monkeys. Look at the monkey go! Oh, you got it right! Oh! So what you're saying, Trix said, is we need to hold your hand at all times. Yes. You gotta hold my hand. Or at least stay on my right side. If we're ever out together, IRL, hanging out, make sure you're walking on my right side. Okay? Also, you're gonna have to take care of me in the sense that if we're ever crossing an intersection, okay? Because I don't know where the cars are coming from. I don't know. It's terrifying. I really hate crossing busy intersections because I get so disoriented because I can't hear the way you do. So you're gonna have to help guide me across the crosswalks. Annie does that for me all the time. Annie is my little sight dog. So yeah. Whenever I do hang out with anyone IRL, which doesn't happen often, you just have to be aware. Be aware. Make sure I don't wander off. You gotta navigate for me. Make sure I don't walk out into a busy street. Trix said, oh, same. I grew up with a stutter and a lisp. It was hard. Aw. Well, yeah. It is. It's hard growing up with something like that because it's like mentally, like in your own mind, you're like, I want to say this. I want to say what's on my mind. But then it comes out and it's not what you want. And so you're just angry. You're just so angry at yourself because you can't, you know? Then you got, those fucking kids that are like mocking you and shit. Oh, you can't talk. And in my case also, oh, you can't hear properly, so I'm gonna say things on your left side and we're all gonna snicker and giggle behind your back. Those little shits. I dealt with a lot of that. But I did all the things that I had to do to, function. And now, where once I could just like hardly speak at all. It was hard even for my parents to understand me at times because I would just now I feel like my voice is my strongest asset, which I'm really proud to be able to say, because once upon a time I hated that part about myself. And then guess what? Then I ended up getting into drama and speech and debate. got into some high school musicals. I did a little bit with student council. I delivered a powerful speech that got me to become the president of my school's Latin club. So like, it was cool, and I was very proud of myself for the way that I was able to kind of show those kids what for, even though they were no longer with me because I'd moved far away from them. But in my mind, mentally, I was like, yeah, you defeated them. You've defeated them. You've conquered. So I've managed to go on and do things with my voice. And now I'm doing this with my voice. And that's pretty cool. And anytime I receive a compliment on my voice, like, it's not lost on me. I always get really emotional whenever I hear someone go, you know, like, oh, you have such a soothing voice. Really enjoy listening to it. I'm like, really? Well, I guess all those painful years of sounding out syllables and, you know, going through all those vocal exercises, I guess it paid off. If you think that that's the sexiest part of me. It always makes me smile. But yeah, it was hard growing up because of that disability that I had going on for me. Especially when you know, like, you're like, I know that I'm not a bad looking guy. You know, I don't want to be too egotistical, but honey, I'm not a bad looking guy, okay? And I'm not dumb. I'm actually quite smart. I got the beauty and the brains, okay? All right? But because of that annoying little these silent disabilities I got, hold you, and it would hold me back. I actually remember when I went in for my driver's, what do they call it? Driver's ed, right? The thing that every American citizen must go through if you want to drive. Which, fun fact, I don't like driving because, you know, anxiety. I don't want to die. Yeah, I'm bad at technology. Beep, beep, boo, boo. Yeah, so when I went in to do that whole thing, to drive, I remember the lady that was doing the test. I think it was a police officer. Pretty sure. They had the uniform, you know. I'm pretty sure it was police. And she was just kind of laughing to herself because, like, I would constantly be like, what? Like, huh? What'd you say? Huh? And at the end of the test, they were like, so I see, are you a blonde? And I was like, huh? What? What do you mean? And they're like, oh, because, you know, you just seem a little, like you weren't really, like, responding, like, and it was kind of insulting. It's like, oh, you think that I'm just unintelligent? And I had to explain, like, no, I was asking you to repeat yourself because, like, I literally cannot hear. And then she felt really bad and apologized and was like, I'm sorry, I was just teasing you. But that was like you'll have moments like that, you know? And in hindsight, that encounter was kind of weird. She was like, she like complimented my looks or something, but was like, cause you look real handsome, but like you're kind of slow. I was like, huh? What? In hindsight, kind of a weird encounter with that person. A weird encounter. But they insulted my intelligence, but they complimented my looks. And I had to explain, I'm deaf, honey. I'm deaf in that ear. And partially deaf in my other. So then I had something special put on my license that was like, this person is hard of hearing or whatever. So like if I ever were to get pulled over, I could be like, what kind? You gotta speak up, I can't hear you. Which never happened. But that's how I got that put on there. Kind of an embarrassing little interaction. Just little things like that add up over time. Little interactions like that will add up over time that make you feel annoyed and upset and frustrated that you can't just, you know, because not everything like that is visible, right? Not everything like that's so visible. There's a lot of things that hang people up that are invisible. You just never know. So that's another interesting story for you. I got so many stories. Honey. I've lived an interesting life, and I'm not even that old. That's a lot of stories, I know. I got more. I've been thinking about that a lot. Enough stories to tell grandchildren. No, I don't want grandchildren. I don't want any little Sokars running around. I'm enough for this world. I work security, so my story is mostly about other people. True. That's something that I would struggle with as well. You know, being constantly hounded on, so when am I getting grandchildren? You know? Now, I'm pretty sure there's gotta be a lot more of you out there who can relate to that. That's annoying. That's an annoying question to get from family, right? Especially when you're closeted, which I was, for like the first 2 decades or so of my life. But the thing was, that didn't really go away. After I came out, I remember my mom still being like, so when are you gonna adopt? So when are you gonna adopt? You could still adopt. No, I don't want to. She was understanding in the end, but you know, I guess that's just how moms are. Supportive mom, yeah. She was very supportive. She was I want to say my strongest ally was my mom. Where dad? My dad's just, I don't know. He's very quiet. He's a very quiet man. He's never really been someone who had a really strong opinion about anything unless you really sat him down and like questioned him, and then you'd find out. Otherwise, that guy he's just vibing. He's just going through life, just vibing. It took him a little longer to come around to the idea. After I came out, I remember he was a little confused, didn't quite understand. But eventually, he simmered down. Most of the pushback that I had after I came out was from beyond my immediate family. Which, you know, whatever. My mom was the most vocal, though. My dad was very quiet. My mom was very vocal. She insisted on celebrating Pride, even though I was kind of reserved about it, you know, because I had just came out and was just like, okay, now I kind of want to keep it to myself, because I feel, especially with the reaction of some of the other family, I'm just gonna shut up now. And my mom was like, no. And anytime she came across anything remotely rainbow, she had to get it. She had to send me a picture of it. Whenever, you know, Pride Month came around, she'd be sending me stuff. She wanted to make sure that I knew that, like, it was okay to be proud of it. And she was always getting into fights with other family members about it. Like, she was awesome. That was the only family member that I ever had, was my mom, who really was like gung-ho about the Pride stuff. Because I guess she just loved and supported me that much. For her, it was a little more intimate. And so it became like a mother-son thing in that way, which was kind of sweet. But now, no, not so much. Obviously, I'm supportive of the cause, obviously. But it's just one of those things, like, I don't have anyone to celebrate that with anymore. I mean, I guess I do. What am I saying? I got my community. But when you grow up in a culture like that, very isolated, and your only ally, really, your only outspoken ally is your mother, it can be hard. It can be hard to learn to embrace yourself and be proud of yourself. But I'm getting there. I feel like I'm really making advances in terms of my self-confidence, we'll say. But, I mean, it goes without saying, kind of sucks. It kind of sucks that she's gone. I don't have that anymore. I feel very much isolated in that way. Because I'm sure that, like, you know, my more direct immediate family, like my dad and my siblings, they're supportive, but they're kind of supportive in their own way. They're much, much, much quieter than my mom ever was. She was something else. I guess that means you guys will have to take over. I guess that means if you really want to, you can take over the role of cheerleader. The most vocal one, yeah. Like, no joke. No joke. She was very, very, very outspoken about it. When I came out, a whole lot of shit went down. It got really bad. It got real, real bad. And my mom was there to defend me against all of those assholes. And I'll never forget it. I'm not gonna cry. Oh. But without her in that time, who knows what would have happened to me. For all the ways, you know, that she drove me crazy sometimes. She was there for me in a time in my life when when I needed it most. And oh, I miss her all the time. Is it cry time? Yes. Yes. It's always cry time. I'm always crying about something. There were some not so nice people though, who were spreading rumors about me, and there was an entire fucking an entire church that came after me. It really didn't want me there. Tried to get me to go off to conversion therapy camp and shit. Ugh. It was a bad time. And my mom had none of it. She turned her back on all of it and was like, you guys can go fuck yourselves. I'm pretty sure she said that. I'm pretty sure she called him up. And she was like, Sokar, you don't have to go anymore. I'm not gonna go anymore. And like, that's when her whole like take on religion really changed. Because she wholeheartedly believed that to her, like, that God was love. And whenever those people started coming after her family and after me, she didn't see love in that. And she just felt like it was the wrong place for her and her faith. And yeah, she turned away from that whole like institution and just became a lot more independent in her faith and was like, Sokar, it's okay, you don't have to, we're not doing that anymore. I'll love you where you are. She was really cool. gossiping type of people. Yeah, you know, small towns, small minds, what I always say. But she was so defensive of me during that time of my life. I'll never forget it. Other than giving birth to me, of course. That was the other... That was the moment when she really fought for me the hardest. Of course, like, she was the woman that had an emergency C-section for me. Like, she bore the scars. She cared about me a whole lot. And I cared about her. And as the eldest, I helped with all my siblings that came along. It's a hard relationship to lose. And I didn't expect to lose it so early in my life. But COVID is just a bitch. I hate it. I really do. That was a time when, you know, there was a lot of back and forth about it, whether it existed, whether it was a hoax and blah, blah, blah. And it pissed me off because the time my mom was fighting for her life. And, you know, the nature of it all, you weren't allowed to see them. Only at the very end, you know, did they allow it. And I didn't want to go. No, I didn't visit. Because at that point, you know, she wouldn't be able to respond. What would be the point? Other than traumatizing myself even more. So I didn't go. And I didn't go to the funeral either. I was just devastated, and I couldn't leave. And there were people that would say things about me like, how dare Sokar not do that. It wasn't because I didn't like her. And it wasn't because I didn't care. It wasn't because I didn't care about my family. It was just really hard on me. And I hate to sound selfish, but honestly, I feel like anyone else out there who feels pressured into going to like stuff like that. If you have family and friends pressuring you to go to a funeral for someone and you're still processing, you can say no. What are we talking about? Leah, you came in at an interesting time. Came in at an interesting time. And Johnny Cat, hello. We were just talking about my mom when I lost her, and how painful that was. That's all. and how I didn't visit her at the end, and I didn't go to the funeral because I was still processing and I couldn't do it. I mentally could not do it. And I just wanted to remind anyone out there that has ever gone through that, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad for taking care of yourself. I know that my mom knew that I loved her to death. So I rest assured in that. That's the only person that matters, right? Is the person in question. That relationship you have with them. The people all around them, who cares? It's all just a fake social thing. And if anyone makes you feel bad for that, fuck them. Not about them anyway. Couldn't attend my grandfather's funeral as I was in basic training. Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. And it's rough, right? Because there's that social expectation. You gotta be there. You gotta be there. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't. That doesn't mean you don't care. Funerals are important as it gives closure. I don't know. I don't want to really talk about that. Like, I missed it. And I missed it because of the time I couldn't bring myself to do it. I like to think that I have reached, I mean, not full closure. With grief, I feel like you never do really reach a point of full closure. I think it's always there to some degree. It's more the life you build around it. That's the only thing you have to control. And for me, that's what I had to do. I had this massive, gaping hole in my life with my mother's absence. And I had to start building around it. I had to start building around it. I had to start thinking about me and taking care of me and adjusting. And one of the adjustments in my life, one of the things that happened for me was streaming. And it's helped me a lot. I think that having a community, as someone who really does not have a community before this, it's helped me a lot. So I appreciate you guys being here. My favorite animal's penguin. Leave it to Leah to lighten the mood. Penguins are pretty cool. They are pretty cool. Except, have you seen their teeth, honey? You Google penguin teeth? Ooh. And owls and foxes, I agree, they're both pretty cool. What about jackals? Well, I don't know. Canines in general, I suppose. Borf, borf. Woof, woof. Bark, bark. But yeah, I really do sincerely appreciate each and every one of you that has come along and gotten a chance to meet me for this whole journey. It's been really special to go from a place of like pretty much absolutely no one to talk to really, besides Annie. Sure, I had those connections with direct family that I could, I could text or call at any time, but we're just all so quiet with each other. So I'm glad that I have you guys. You're gonna make me cry? Good. Cry for me. I've done enough of it today. we gotta keep things equal here. Yeah. I'm really happy that I have you guys here. I'm so happy that I've got you guys here in my life. I truly, sincerely mean that. It is a life-changing course that I'm taking with this, because I'm taking charge of my mental health. I'm taking charge of who I am. I'm taking charge of how I want to live. And I don't want to live in that dark place of only having myself, only being stuck in my head and no one to talk to. It's not a good place to be. So I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm glad that you guys are here. And I look forward to many years of doing this with you. I mean that. I don't intend to graduate anytime soon, just because of the nature of why I got into streaming in the first place. It wasn't to entertain. It wasn't to be cool. It wasn't even because of the culture of VTubing. Or even to like, oh, one day I'll get talent scouted and then put into a corporation with my Oshi. I did it because, like I said, I saw a medium for being able to share my story. I saw a way to be able to reach out and help others and help myself. And this was it for me. I saw a couple VTubers doing this early on and was like, that's kind of cool. I really like the wholesomeness of that whole thing. The art, the celebration of art, the celebration of technology, the celebration of community. And the community surrounding VTubing seems to be pretty friendly towards LGBTQ people. So I was like, maybe I can go from, my daily journal entries to my daily streaming entries. Because, that is something that I did for a long time. I would do a lot of writing, either on physical paper, or even just on my little laptop, just typing away. And now as a streamer, I can just hit the button and I can just talk. And it's just the same for me. Now, this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. Basically. Maybe someday I'll get an intro to my streams that is just catchy little jingle like that. I'm cool with people until they aren't cool with me. Yeah, I guess I'm the same way. I like getting a chance to know everyone and hear their story and hear them out. Because like I said, you never know. You never know what's going on under the surface. There's so much that is invisible to us, and if only we could just get a glimpse into what everyone else is dealing with, maybe we would take our own problems and yank them back. Like, oh my God, I want to help you. And that's the objective. That's what I want to do. That's why it's called the Sanctuary. It's a safe place. and hopefully a place of healing for you and me. I'm happy to meet you. I'm happy to meet you too, Leah. I'm happy to meet each and every one of you. And like I said, I'm looking forward to the future. Wherever this crazy thing goes, I don't know. I just saw a place for me and I took it. I took my seat at the table. I started off watching some VTubers that were just like really cozy, really chill. And that was my inspiration. I was like, oh, this is kind of nice. It doesn't have to be just like a super edgy, cringe fest. And you don't have to be amazing at the video games, honey. It doesn't have to be this competitive thing. You can use it as a way to just be you and express yourself. And there's so many people that use VTubing to express themselves. And I love that. I think it's the healthiest way you could approach it, honestly. You've got something that you care a whole lot about and just use that. I think that's the strongest platform. I mean, what do I know? What do I know? But it worked for me. It makes me feel really happy and satisfied. Fulfilled. Ninar! Yes! My beloved Nina. Watching her streams really solidified for me, like, what I could do. Such a powerful influence, because it's like, there you are defeating all the stereotypes, honey. Look at you go. I love it. I love it. And so here I am with all my interests that may not be as young as yours, honey. I may not be familiar with all the animes. I may not know a whole lot about technology. I might be quite cursed with it, actually. But there's one thing I know what to do and how to do. It's to talk about myself. Okay, bye, Leah. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner. Bye-bye. I'm all out of hot apple cider. Oh, I'm running empty. What am I, or what is Leah having for dinner? Oh, it's pizza. Ooh, pizza. I do like pizza. I haven't had pizza in a long bit. How much cider are you having? Don't worry, it's not the alcoholic kind, honey. Just don't put pineapple on pizza. Okay. I'm probably going to... All of those feels that you had for me earlier are probably going to disappear now because I'm actually kind of a fan. I kind of like it though. I kind of like it. It's very sweet. And I like sweet things. Heretic. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'll tell you what I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of garlic pizza. I can only have a little bit, and I'm like, ooh, no. But I guess maybe it's because I'm a vampire. Is that coincidence? that I'm not a fan of the garlic. It's a crime against humanity and Italians. Garlic pie. Oh, okay. Now you lost me. Now you've lost me. No. Here's garlic pizza. Yeah, like garlic cheese. It's like a cheese, very thick cheese pizza, and then they make it all garlicky. Yeah, garlic bread is pizza. I can't handle it. I'm not a garlic guy. The vampire in me says, no, nay, nay. I tend to enjoy pizzas that are like all meat, like the meaty pizzas. I like the Canadian bacon. Yum. Yum. I like all of it. I like the all meat one though too. The all meats. I like Mexican pizza. You know, the one from Taco Bell? Does that still count? I like the taco pizza. I wonder if they still sell those. I remember when they discontinued them and I was very sad. Mamma mia! Oh! I know you're making an Italian reference, but I immediately thought of Mario. I immediately thought of the mustachioed plumber man, honey. Which I never really played a whole lot of. I played Mario 64, and maybe that was it. Maybe they decided to stick with tacos. Maybe. I don't know. I just remember that was a thing. The Mexican pizza. My mom and I, we love those Mexican pizzas. It was our favorites. Bum, bum. Then at some point, my dad went down the rabbit hole of learning how to make his own pizza. His pizza is pretty good. He got pretty good at it. But it was so stuffed with toppings, you had to eat it with a fork. You had to eat his pizza with a fork. Oh, hey, look at that. I'm Googling it right now. They do. They must have brought the Mexican pizzas back. Cool. I've been away from the Taco Bell for a while, honey. Annie has to eat gluten-free, so I like to be supportive. I don't want to be bringing things like that around Annie. But hey, if they ever make a gluten-free Mexican pizza, I shall indulge my childhood nostalgia. Has to eat or wants? Oh, has to. Has to. Definitely has to. Went through lots of medical hell, from what I've heard. Gluten is the thing that's in bread. It's like in wheat, most commonly. Anything that's got wheat in it. I think wheat, what was it? Wheat and rye, and maybe barley. All those. Annie's got a case of celiac. So, no gluten for Annie. No gluten. Bum, 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 bum. I'm cool with people who can't eat gluten. I'm not cool with people who don't want to eat gluten because they think they have a gluten allergy. Yeah. I strongly agree with you, Johnny. The more that I've educated myself on the conditions since meeting Annie, of course, the more I'm like, God, it's kind of annoying. It must be so annoying. It must be so frustrating if you're someone who, like, it's lethal. It'll kill you over time. And you see these people that are just like, yeah, I just don't want to, because it's all the rage. Like, it's cool. And I think I might have an allergy. Like, they don't really take it as seriously. It's just kind of something for them that makes them feel, I don't know, inserted into the conversation. The trendy people, yeah. Gluten's almost anything. I know, that's what makes it so hard to escape from. We eat a lot of Mexican styled stuff though, because, you know, very corn-based diet. A whole lot of corn. Which is great because, you know, my Mexican heritage, I'm cool with it. I love it. So Annie's always cooking up some crazy things, crazy gluten-free things. It's hard to find places to eat. You know, it's hard to like eat out. You really have to make everything yourself. So Annie is an amazing cook. Annie's an incredible cook. Not by choice, but by necessity. That's just how it goes. Mexican food is very corny. Tacos are nice. They are. Taco, taco. Taco, taco. I do like me a good taco. I do like me a good burrito as well. But if I ever order anything like that, like using like wheat flour, now I gotta keep things real separated. I gotta keep things real separated. I'm gonna make sure I clean up. Very nice. Boom, 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 boom. Tacos are really nice. Food kinds and the other kinds too. It's always interesting to see. I think we talked a little bit about this. Like what other cultures internationally think about it. Like, I've never had a taco. It's like, really? Really? Because like, if you are one of my fellow Americans, chances are, you know, you've had a taco or two in your lifetime. You know what tacos are. Maybe you even had some burritos. You know, we have a lot of Spanish influence in our culture, so it's pretty common. But someone from outside the States might be like, huh? I've never had one. What is that? They're good. They're great. There was this really good taco place. I can't remember the name of, so I don't really have much of a story. But just know they were amazing. someplace like in Texas. Someplace. We went there. It was delicious. I want to say, was it Torchy's Tacos or something like that? Something alliterative. They were pretty good. They were all right. I had to explain churro to a friend from a foreign country. Ah. Yeah. Churro. Churro. I don't know why it made me think of that. Oh, it was a Mexican donut that is like a stick with cinnamon and sugar powder. You're not wrong. They are good. They are delicioso. That was a treat that I did grow up with. That was one of my mom's favorites. Even though the Spanish language did not survive to my generation in the family line, the food endured. The food survived. Also, hey, hi, Kat. Hello. What am I doing? I'm just chatting. We do this every Friday, or at least we try to. We skipped last week, but we try to. You gonna make tamales? I don't know about that. I don't know about a hand cam for making tamales. Tamales are good though. Oh my God. That was something else that my mom would make. They're pretty good. Pretty Gucci. Good morning. Hello. Hello, Lavina Bacon. Bacon now. I like bacon. Although I've been cutting back. I've been trying to, but every now and again, I do like to indulge. Because it is quite unhealthy. But every now and again. You don't need to make a stream about it, just make it and send us. Well, it'll probably get cold. That would be some very messy mail packaging, I think. Watashi wa emego. I don't know Japanese. I'm going to assume that you're just like, you're telling me how amazing and handsome and smart, incredibly funny I am. In which case, thank you. In which case, arigato. Use dry ice. Dry ice. Remember that guy? Maybe you're old enough to remember that guy. On the TV, honey. On the telly. He would have that little beach ball that had red lines all over it. Like, dry eyes. Try whatever this product is, because I forgot the name of it. He would squirt his little eyedropper on the beach ball. I said I like eggs. Oh. I figured bacon. You're the egg man, right? I remember. You and your multiple accounts coming in here under your pseudonyms. I remember. You go from hey, you're a complete breakfast. You're bacon and eggs. Now that's a complete breakfast. I think that at some point tonight, Annie wanted to play Power Wash Simulator with me. It's something that I've been like, haven't committed to yet. I haven't made the thumbnail yet. It's a maybe. It's still a maybe. But you might get that from me later tonight. It all depends on... You will. Okay, I was gonna ask whether Annie was still into the idea or if you still got your migraine, but I guess that's your way of saying I'm fine. Okay. You drink ketchup if given the chance? Get out of here. No. Disgusting. Disgusting. I'm a fan of ketchup, but like, no, I don't think I would drink it straight. And even then, my ketchup has to be seasoned. My ketchup, I gotta put some pepper in there. I gotta change it up. I gotta alter it a little bit. Hi, Leah. Welcome back. How was your pizza? How was the pizza? What kind of pizza did you have? The migraine migrated. Good. I'm happy to hear. You know, while I'm talking to you guys, I probably could be productive. Probably could. Season ketchup? Hey? Nani? I know, I'm weird. Look, I like a little bit of spice. A little bit of sugar, spice, and everything nice. You know? What? Put a little pepper in there, and then it's good. Yeah, a bit of black pepper. In Canada, they have ketchup chips now. That might be a little bit much. A little bit much. Sugar. Well, I mean, ketchup is naturally sweet. It already has sugar in it. As Annie likes to call it, sugar paste. It's sugar paste. Red sugar paste. At least here in the US it is. I wonder if outside of the US, I feel like I've looked this up before. Maybe it's different. We're looking up the etymology of ketchup and it's crazy. Your ketchup is sour and that's why you drink it. That's concerning. If your ketchup is going sour, maybe you should throw it out. Maybe. I'm weird about that. I read so many horror stories online, like at 3 a.m., you know, because I'm a hypochondriac. I'll read so many of these horror stories of like some person that ate something that went bad and then just died. And you're like, oh. I have a rule. I have like a 3-day rule. Once you reach day 3 of leftovers, that's it. That's it. Gotta go. Bye-bye. I don't take my chances. There was one time I did get badly food poisoned by leftovers. It was Chinese. And I'm pretty sure, I didn't end up in the hospital, but I'm pretty sure, you know, it was salmonella. Maybe I should have gone to the hospital. I was in so much pain. That sucked. But yeah, I don't keep leftovers for very long anymore. The Heinz ketchup is sour where I get it. It's new ketchup. Why is it? What? You think? Should have gone to the hospital. Well, listen. Here in the US of A, You can't just be like, oh, I think I'll go to the hospital. That sounds like a fun day out. Oh, you can't do that. It's expensive. That is expensive. You live in the US too? Well, I don't. We were a little on the poor side. You were a little on the poor side, and my parents had this mentality. That it's like, we don't go for nothing. We don't go for nothing unless we're dying. Unless we're dying, you can suck it up. You'll get better. You'll get better. I don't know if anyone else out there grew up with parents like that. But I feel like that probably has to do with also the fact that my parents were very poor. Poor side means you can get reduced or free healthcare. Well, maybe now. Maybe these days. But back then. Still don't go to the hospital that often? Yeah. There's also a weird culture of shaming that I grew up with. You would be like kind of shamed for it. Like, oh, you're applying for that stuff because you're poor? Wow, you must be mooching off of blah, 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 blah. So what happens? Well, people just suffer because they don't want to be shamed. That was the other part of it. It sucked. It sucks. That's just how it went. There was one time though, with my own money, I did go for an ear infection years ago, and yeah, that was expensive. That was expensive. But like, yeah, it's just this whole thing of like insurance and all the rest. It's crazy. It's fun, not. I'm sure that these days things are changing a little bit, but there's still some parts. There's still some places where, you know, it's frowned upon and whatnot. Not have my cerebellum. What? Huh? Isn't that like a part of the brain? Your cerebellum? I'm pretty sure. I hope you have your cerebellum. Huh. Got me Googling the cerebellum now. It might have been a typo, but now I'm learning about the cerebellum. In the brain, the cerebellum is most directly involved in coordinating motor movements, including balance, motor learning. Also plays a role in other cognitive functions. Huh. I remember learning about parts of the brain whenever I took psychology in high school, but I've forgotten so much. So pardon my ignorance. Boop-a-doo. I wonder if it is possible. Got me wondering. It's very interesting, right? Like the things that you can live without. I always enjoy reading about things like that because I just enjoy learning about weird things, very off the wall things. It makes you wonder like how much of you is you. And I think that the whole idea of who we are is just, it's more of an experience than in any single organ, right? Your identity is tied to your experiences in life. Sure, there's physical parts to it, but I mean, look at me. I don't have my hearing. I don't have most of my hearing, but I'm still me. Well, there are things, I guess, that you can just live without. It's not easy to talk. Oh, okay. I see. I understand. Well, then I apologize because when I first saw your message, I didn't understand, and I know that I laughed, and I'm very sorry about that because I thought that, I don't know, I thought it was a typo or something. And I looked it up, and now I know. But hey, we're all learning things about each other today, aren't we? Not easy to talk though. I can relate in that, you know, when I grew up. It's a difficult experience to have the words in your head that you want to say. You can't get them out. So I can empathize with you on that level. It's okay, good. I hope I didn't hurt any feelings. I'm very, I feel awful. All right. Understand, okay, things are adding up. Things are adding up here. I'm learning so much about you. Oh, stretch. Well, I want everyone to know that whoever you are and whatever you got going on, that you're welcome here, okay? You're 100% welcome here. Whatever, if you have any disability or, whatever your background is. If you're afraid that you won't be accepted, that I won't like you, that I won't support you, hey, get out of here with those thoughts. Because, honey, I will protect. I will protect. It is the sanctuary. It is your sanctuary. And if I am ever encountered with something that I'm not educated on, I will educate myself and I will learn and I will support. It's not that hard. Not that hard. That's the thing. It's not that hard to empathize a little bit. I think that if the world had more of that, it'd be a better place. Why not start here? I think that for a lot of people, a lot of their fear stems from a lack of information, quite frankly. And so if more people could just listen and just talk, we could solve so many problems. Rather than operating off of misinformation, I'm very passionate about that too. I hope to educate people about my own conditions. So I feel you there and wanting to get that out there. So I really appreciate you talking about that, because I know that that's probably something that for you is really hard to talk about. While that may not be an experience that I can fully relate to, man. Ugh. Use the wheelchair and I can run. Oh, well, that's so good for you. Hey, kudos for you for being here. You know, just for continuing to to do life. Good for you. Good for you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you and I want you to know it. Oh, I clap for you, honey. And clap. Mobility is something that I think a lot of us take for granted, honestly. Just the ability to move. It's wow. Good girl, Leah. Yeah, that's good. It can be hard to mentally, like I said, to try and parse through those thoughts, other things that people are just doing, and you gotta work so hard to do. I want you to know I see you and I appreciate you, and you are so cool and so awesome. That's amazing. That couldn't have been an easy journey. It's well worth it, and I'm glad you're here. Also, what a time to be alive, right? Isn't that cool that we live in a day and age where people can get the help they need, you know? I think that's awesome. All the advances that science is making and helping people just to be part of society. I love it. At a price. Yeah. At a price, but hey, the prices will come down. Prices will come down. The world is becoming slowly more and more accessible. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, so the nature of these streams. I'd like to use them to be a little productive. So I'd like to get my thumbnail for Power Wash. Some people too soft. One girl who was 19 cried because she didn't want to work. Well, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak on that too much because I don't really know the context and what was going on for her. I know that can be kind of a hard thing. I grew up around all that too. I grew up around a whole lot of people that were just like, oh, these kids today, they just don't want to work. They don't understand the grind and the joy of just not taking care of yourself. Maybe she was going through something. I don't know. I'm pretty passionate about self-care. if someone's having a rough day, if someone realizes that a certain line of work is not for them, then take control. I don't want anyone to be unhappy. But if it was more of like a spoiled child kind of situation, then I guess they need one of these. That's my thoughts on that. Right, she said pay isn't good for jobs these days. In full agreement. Yeah, like if it's a more nuanced debate. Some people just, everyone's got their reasons. Everyone's got their reasons. Not that I can walk, but I need to use wheelchair. Hey. Well, you're finding a way to get around. And I feel like just for you to find the drive to even be like, I'm going to get up and I'm going to do this. I'm proud of you. That's the main takeaway I want you to have, Leah. And to everyone else out there, everyone else, I know it can be hard sometimes just to find motivation to get up and do anything, right? I know that I can get that way all the time. So I'm proud of you. Proud of each and every one of you. Let's get this thumbnail worked on. Let's see here. Shouldn't be that hard to do. Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure I've already got... There are days I have great mobility. There's days I can't walk. I shuffle like an old man. Yes, I feel that. I already had a thumbnail made for when Annie and I collabed the first time. So maybe I could find this. I could alter it to be more relevant. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. No. It's okay, Leah. It's all right. It's A-okay. No apologies. No one gets to apologize for being honest here. No. You can apologize for being yourself. Yourself is the best thing you could be, honey. Okay, let's see. Let's get this out of here. Oh. Rule number 6. Never say you're sorry. Nope. Unless I ask, right? Unless we're having some kind of interaction and I'm like, say you're sorry. What you did was wrong. Otherwise, hey, I love and respect honesty. I know sometimes it can take a little bit of courage. Oh, oh man, I'm using one document for everything. I wonder how many artists and VTubers out there would scold me for this. This one document with like a million layers. There's so many layers. I just am like, oh, new thumbnail. Slap that on, new layer. The scroll bar is so tiny. So if I need to find a thumbnail for a game, it's kind of difficult to find. Now you know what cerebellum is. I sure do. I have learned that it is what controls your motor functions and your muscular functions. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, where's the, here it is, I found it. We need to like start naming these layers. Naming them. How do I rename this layer? I have like probably, I feel like I'm coming up on 100 layers in this project document. It's so many. Oh, edit layer attributes. That's what I have to do. Okay. Power wash simulator. Maybe you guys can't see what I'm doing, but you get the audio commentary. Whenever you see this thumbnail go up, you'll be like, huh, I was there. I was there when that was being made. Oh, this is his silhouette. There's Annie's silhouette. I need Annie. I need. Where's the real one? We move this over here. I'm pretty sure that Annie did send me. You sent me a selfie of your model, and I cannot. Also, by the way, Johnny, you can say the word sex in my stream. It's fine. You can do it. It shouldn't censor you. I've gotten around the censorship because it pissed me off. People were saying things like ass, and YouTube was like, bonk. But now it should make it through. Also, if you're looking at the live chat, that can also be a thing. Like, what happens is that YouTube will censor, like, block messages in the top chat if it's not to their standards. But if you open up a live chat, there it is. Look, there it is. See, Leah was brave. You were brave enough to say that. See? It's fine. And you're still here. You're still here. Oh. Such power. Can you feel the power of free speech coursing through your veins? Giggity giggity goo. At the end of the day, the authority over bonkage is in my hands and in Annie's. We are the ones who will bonk you. Okay? So as long as you don't say anything unbecoming towards me, okay? Follow the chat rules. We're fine. I don't mind that kind of language. We are, as the kids say, unsay so. Well, there's still the silent YouTube block. YouTube really doesn't like your message. They'll just discard it, not record it at all. Oh. The silent YouTube vlog? The silent treatment. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, no, I'm cool as long as you're cool to me. I like your take on the golden rule, Johnny. Because I think that's literally what that is. Do unto others as you'd have done to you. I'm cool as long as others are cool to me. I like that interpretation. Oh, but yeah, Annie, I was trying to find the picture of you to put in the thumbnail, and I have it, but it's lost in here. And I don't know where I put it. I think I might have found it. Maybe. Did I not save it? I didn't save the picture of Annie. I have a saved picture of a Shezzy, but not you. Wow. You must feel so upset. I can't believe I didn't save it. How am I supposed to make thumbnails with you? Oh! Oh! Okay. Just gave me a new one. Oh, you gave me several. Wow! Okay, Annie just gave me a treasure trove of pictures for me to use. I like the one with your little puppy dog ears. I love that one. So funny. It's so funny and it's so cute. I think I might use that one. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. It's gonna be the best thumbnail you ever did see. The best one. Boom. You're just too big. We need to make you smaller. Here. There we go. Put you behind me. Get thee behind me. Then we gotta give you a silhouette. So you pop. You gotta pop. Fun fact that I learned from a Shezzy, actually. Give yourself a white border, and then you put a black border around it. Bum, ba-dum, bum, boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. Apparently your my Shezzy membership. I like that it's my membership to the person and not to the channel. Renewed and confuse them. Good, as they should be. They should be. Do, da, 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 da. Oh, where'd it go? Here. I know this must be very confusing because you can not see what I'm doing. If I could find a way to like share stuff like this, in a like designated window or something. I don't know. That'd be great, wouldn't it? I've seen people do it. I just don't know how. This looks so cute. Oh. It looks pretty darn cute. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. What number in the series is this? I do not know. This is number... God. How many power wash simulators have I done? I don't know. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome. Are you headed out? Or are you just saying thank you just because? Just to be nice. If you have to go, then I wish you well. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, we've only done 5 of these. This would be number 6. Okay. Leah seems like a nice person. I agree. Leah told me that I am their Kami Oshi. Isn't that sweet? That made me feel real good. One of my like dreams since I started VTubing was like, imagine if I could be someone's Oshi. That would be crazy. That would be wild. And hey, thanks for giving me that experience. What are you doing? I'm working on a thumbnail for an upcoming stream, and I'm using this time to do it because that's just how I am. There's something about these just chatting streams that like makes me productive at some point, and I'll end up doing a side project while I'm talking. So this is number 6. Stream number 6 of a power wash. Okay. Because Annie and I are going to be playing Power Wash Simulator later tonight. We decided, so I'm just very quickly pumping out. I'm just pumping out this thumbnail. There we go. The meme chat on Discord. Can I post these nuts jokes? Of course you can. These nuts jokes are like a staple of the channel. Are you kidding me? They're my favorite. One of my favorite people, Hilda Kingsley. Another VTuber that you all should follow. But she's on Twitch. She's always coming in here with these nuts jokes. I can't even. They're so good. She's just the queen of them. They always take me completely off guard. Like, whoa. So yeah, you knock yourself out. Okay, I'm gonna save. Export to Power Wash. We're gonna call it Power Wash. Wait, capital P, Power, capital W, Wash 6. Export. Now we got that. Hooray, we did something productive. Woo! Wait. Woo! Wow. New thumbnail acquired. So I'm gonna use this thumbnail to make, I don't know if I can make, can I make another? Can I schedule a stream while I'm streaming? That would be crazy. Probably not. Probably not. We'll just, we have this now, so I can use that after the stream. It's no big deal. After the stream, I'll set it up. Boom, 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 boom. Got me checking the Discord now. What did you do? Boom, boom, boom. I'll have to look at it afterwards. I'll have to look at it afterwards. I'm sure it's very silly. If you didn't know, if anyone out there didn't know, we do have a Discord. We do have a Discord in the description below, which you can join if you want to be, you just want to have a place to like talk outside of the channel. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. As long as you're 18, you gotta go through the verification process, and then there you go. But grown-ups only, much like this chat, grown-ups only. But that's there. A lot of people still don't know about it, so I've been trying to spread the word, spread the good word of the Discord. Yeah, tonight we're gonna be doing power wash. I can't remember what time did Annie want to do it. You wanted to do it at, okay, in like a couple hours. Okay. So I'll probably stream for another hour, and then, because Noah will probably want an hour beforehand to kind of make sure everything's good. One of the top reviews for Power Wash. Satisfying like gay sex. Wow. That's incredible. That person, very bold. I like their style. Oh my gosh. As long as it's a positive review. If it's a negative one, then how dare they? Giving this review an award with some of my 223,000 Steam points. That's a lot of points. Is that how people do that? You have to redeem points? I never understood how people do that. Getting a golden unicorn. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna have to go around awarding people. Who knows? Maybe one of you will get one of mine. I'll get an award from Sokar. Or Annie, apparently. That's great. I love it. Steam reviews can be really fun to read sometimes. There's sometimes when I will just read Steam reviews for fun. because they can get pretty silly. You could. I could. The Sokar Starfire seal of approval. And like the stamp would say something like, "It's good, honey." Or some catchphrase of mine. I wonder what all my... I would love to see something like that from the community, just like your guys' interpretation of me. Like what all you think, what are some of your funniest, some of your favorite things that I say, my catchphrases and whatnot. We need a wiki page, right? That's what I'm thinking of. We need a wiki page for me. I don't even know how to go about doing that, but that would be so fun to have a Sokar Starfire wiki page. I'm so curious what some of you would have to say. That's how you know you made it. That's how you know you made it. Oh. There's always that Vtuber wiki site. There is. Honey. I remember Leah, because Leah's newer, and Leah was like, "You say honey a lot. How many times have you said honey during this stream?" I do say it a lot, don't I? No. And I think the reason why is because of Nina. Something about being on stream, just, I'm like, honey, sweetheart, darling, honey, 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 honey. Baby. Too many times I became a diabetic because of you. Oh no. Oh no, honey is delicious. Honey is my emergency sweet. Whenever my blood sugar gets real low, just a teaspoon of honey helps my glucose go up. My glucose go up. My glucose go up. I should also... Ooh, wait. Today's the 1st of December. It's December. Did you guys know that? I just am now realizing. This year has come and gone. The streamiversary is coming up on December 4th. I need to make a thumbnail for that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I think I have a screenshot that I took of the game last I was in Breath of the Wild. We got to celebrate our streamiversary on December 4th. It'll be 7 months. 7 months of me. 7 months of Sokar Starfire. and I always like to celebrate with 11 hours of Breath of the Wild, baby. I actually need to take a look here. What did we use for our last thumbnail? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Breath of the Wild. Oh, okay. I already used this one. Oh, you're a Christmas Eve birthday? Wow. I think you told me this before, Leah. I think you did. I remember saying, like, I wonder how that was growing up. Like, if your family celebrated Christmas, because then you'd have presents on 2 days. One after the other. I feel like if that were the case, they probably would be like, oh, it's too much. They probably combined it. Maybe they combined it. Yes. Okay. I see. I see. Yeah, we got 7 months. That's weird to think about. It's weird to think that I've been streaming for 7 months. That's a lot of time. Sometimes I like to watch my debut to humble myself. I had such a different, like, energy level back then. Like, I really settled down. And that's not a bad thing. I have no idea what to do for a thumbnail. I'm probably gonna have to boot up Breath of the Wild and, like, take a screenshot. I think I might have to. The camera flash. I do like my screenshots, honey. I do. More honey! More honey! That's what I do with your souls. I use your souls when I grind them into a honey-like paste. Delicious soul honey. Bum, 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 bum. Have I used this? I don't know. I'm looking at all my various screenshots that I've taken. I don't know. I don't think that I have. I think this might be one we can use. Maybe we could use this one. I think we could. Yes, I think so. Ooh, ooh. Oh no, facepalm. Are you facepalming? Steam actually sent me an email congratulating me for giving a review an award. Yes, congratulations. You have recognized a fellow gay. You have seen them. Congratulations. Good on ya. You're not good at reading? That's okay. I can read for you. I can read the messages for you. I try to read them out. And if I don't read one out, either I'm busy, like in the game, and I'll get around to it, or you said something weird and not related, and I don't want to read it. And I feel like you could probably tell. I feel like you probably would know. Otherwise, I do my best to read them so that everyone has the experience. I'm someone who really enjoys watching and listening to VTubers that are like background streamers, you know? So like I know how that feels to be excluded from the conversation, but like you still want to be part of it, right? So whenever stuff is happening, like I do my best to try and narrate what's going on. I feel like it's helpful. Because what if you're not looking at the screen and you just hear me going, ah, 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 ah. You know? And maybe that's entertaining. But I try to do a whole lot of talking so that you know. So you know. Although sometimes some of the things that I say can be out of context and it's really funny. Trix has pointed that out multiple times. Sometimes I can really break your immersion and say something that sounds much worse if you're not looking. But it's okay, we laugh. We laugh, it's funny. Bum, 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 bum. Bye. Okay, Leah. Bye-bye. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. I'll probably get going here pretty soon myself. I do really enjoy these just chatting streams because it gives me an opportunity to really connect with you guys in a way that, you know, I try to whenever I play games, but obviously my attention is split. So by doing this regularly, I get a chance to, you know, catch up, get to know each other a little better, get to open up, get to tell my stories, get to, you know, my full attention. So we're definitely going to be continuing to do these as they make me happy. You need clips. Yeah, you're not wrong, I do. I have a clip section on my Discord, but that's about it. That's all I got. If any of you out there feel like clipping anything, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. We have a clip section in our Discord. You can put them. I wonder if there's like a... No. I don't know. I've never really thought about community clipping before. We probably would need to have a standard, right? You need to make sure that you put in Sokar Starfire and link to the channel, and maybe it would automatically go. What if I don't know how to clip? So I'm trying to hold on, let me get to the video. Let me get to my own stream. Oh, there should be like a little scissor icon. I love when people come into the stream when I'm just stretch moan. Hello, nice wine. There should be like a little scissor icon though down there below the video, I think. I remember having to teach Hilda how to do this. If not, it should be like 3 dots, like a 3-dot little thing. And you click on that and then maybe there'll be a clip option. Yeah, there is. Aha. So if you don't see the clip option, there's like 3 dots. You tap that, and then there's clip. Pretty cool. I wish they would make it more visible. Yes, the scissoring option was a great option. Oh, maybe someday I'll get myself a professional clipper or two to edit the things and to put them out there, but hey, we're still very small. We're so small, honey. Maybe someday. Sokar, have you ever read a manga? I have. I have the entire Inuyasha series of mangas. I recently acquired the entire series of was it Tokyo Ghoul? Yeah, Tokyo Ghoul. The Tokyo Ghoul manga series. I've got the Death Note manga. Well, that one's interesting because that one's like a compilation on one big giant book. Very wide. Those are the ones. Those are the ones I got. Also, it do be me, Dan. Oh, Dan, you're right. You were number 69. Everyone, this is the person that got us to our first sub goal. 69. I remember that. Weren't you supposed to be going, Leah? You said bye. You said bye and you got sucked back into the stream. Listen, I'm not mad or anything. I understand. I fully understand. That happens to me too. I'll be watching and then, oh, here I go, pulled back in. Yep. If you gotta go, you go. It's okay. Bum, 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 bum. You haven't read the full manga, okay? Excuse me. God. I'm okay. What was I doing? I was doing something. I was probably making a thumbnail. I was probably making a second thumbnail. Probably. To get that streamiversary coming in hot and heavy. Bye. Okay, Leah. Is this bye for realsies? If it's bye for realsies, bye-bye. Bye, honey. Bye, honey. Thank you for coming by and talking. Thank you for chatting with me. It made me real happy. Really brightened my day. Oh, he can wave. Of course I can wave. Since ween. Since forever. Since day one, honey. I can wave. Yeah, pretty cool, right? I wave at the end of every stream. So that's how I know you don't watch my streams all the way through. Ooh. Oh. 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 How could you? Your mind has been shattered. Oh no. You and me both. Bum 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 bum. Da, 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 da. I need to figure out where my thumbnails are stored. Well, now I know. Yes, you do. Now there's no excuse. Now there's no excuse. Okay. You know something that I want to maintain, and maybe it's a lofty goal. No matter how big we get, no matter how much we grow, I want to keep this kind of one-on-one atmosphere. I really want to be able to get to know everyone. And I don't know if we'll ever get to a point where that becomes hard to do and no longer sustainable to do. But I enjoy it. Getting to know everybody. I do be liking the Sokar drip. I'm glad. Maybe someday you'll be able to wear some Sokar drip. I doubt it, but hey, who knows? Who knows? Maybe that Sokar merch will be coming along someday. Oh, this is such a bad habit that I need to break. This document with so many 101 layers. Does this file really have 101 layers? I feel like there's some artists out there that would kill me upon hearing that. I don't know anything about Chainsaw Man, to be honest. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know about that one. I've never had an interest in that one. So I can't respond. I don't know how to respond to a subject that I do not know about. Let's see here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to try and find... Do I really not have my streamiversary stuff? Oh, here. Oop, oop. That's a start. Here we go. Yeah, well, thank you for the synopsis, I guess, of the franchise. So I don't have to experience that. Oh my goodness. 7-month streamiversary. It feels so weird to type out. It feels so strange. Ba, da, da. Seven months. Oops. Okay. Gonna give you a drop shadow. It's gonna be really cool. Here we go. Drop shadow. Drop that shadow. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Woo, woo. Okay. I'm just working on this streamiversary thumbnail. That's what we're working on now. Bum, bum. Dun, dun. What game will the streamiversary be? It'll be Breath of the Wild. We always do Breath of the Wild because Breath of the Wild was the game that I debuted with. It was kind of a nice little tradition. I always enjoy going back to it. Getting back into that kind of... It just kind of sets the mood. That's the tone. Going back. Breath of the Wild was the game that I felt most comfortable streaming on day one. Helped reel those nerves back in after I had introduced myself. Tears of the Kingdom is a good game too. That's debatable. Now we're getting into debatable territory. Tears of the Kingdom, I liked parts of Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't like the whole thing, but I liked parts of it. Like the shrines, I really enjoyed the shrines. Once you got past the tutorial shrines, of course, those were kind of lame. But once you got into like the thick of it, you know, I like the shrines. Or like the ones that had like the robots in them. It became like an RTS game almost. We had to control the little robot tanks. Those were kind of cool. Very creative shrines. I just wish that some other parts of the game had been a little less tedious. I'm not a big fan of the Ultra Hand thing. You like the flying spider boss, Kogera? Oh, me too. Kogera was very Monster Hunter, and I loved it. The music, the fight, the monster design. It was so unlike Zelda. And it was really cool. I felt like I was playing Monster Hunter. You call the flying boss Kogera Colgate, like the toothpaste. Oh yes, Colgate. What a boss. What a boss. Oh man. One of these days. Oh, what is the Shezzy up to? What are they doing? I kind of want to just mess with them. What are they doing? They're singing the Grinch. They're singing the Grinch. The Grinch has arrived. I'm still live. Annie just told me you were singing my song. Okay. Have good stream. Art. I didn't send the whole message. I'm out. Anyways. I had to say something, right? I had to say something. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. I wonder if that's a song that I could sing. I feel like I got the voice for that one. I think I do. That one's in my vocal range. Do you like the movie Gremlins? I haven't seen it in so long, so I couldn't really tell you. I very vaguely remember it being a little silly, but I think that it was supposed to be a horror movie, but it's kind of silly. Bum, bum. You know the movie I do like? I like Jim Carrey's Grinch Who Stole Christmas. That is my regular seasonal viewing. Every year. Bum, 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 bum. Because the Grinch is just someone who I can relate to. He's very me. He reminds me of a less hairy me. You know the line. I can quote that movie like front to back. Watched it so many times. I love it. It's so relatable. The character of the Grinch, every line is just a banger, one after the other. I love it so much. Dinner with me again. Can't cancel that. Can't cancel that again. I love it. This is not pudding. Oh, it's great. I love it. I am the Grinch, honey. I am. You may not know this. I am. You quote Die Hard too much? You love Die Hard? Oh, I've talked about this. This is another movie I wasn't allowed to see. That was another one I wasn't allowed to see. Apparently people consider it a Christmas movie, though. Apparently. Because it's set in Christmas. I saw a meme where, like, if that's the logic, then, like, one of the Spider-Man movies is also a Christmas movie or something. Or Thanksgiving movie. That takes place in that same time. That quote I've seen used before in some memes. So probably anything that I know about is probably purely through memes. I have not seen, I don't know. I'm under the impression it is an action movie. The only action movie I've ever really watched were like James Bond. James Bond. And what was that one? It was from The Office. It was a parody of James Bond. Michael Scarn in the... I can't remember. What the hell was that called? That was so funny. Golden Face. Might have just been called Michael Scarn. It's so funny. Okay, we are going to put in... I'm procrastinating so badly. There's one thing that I know how to do, honey. It's procrastinate. I'm very good at doing that. I'm very good at doing nothing. I'm very good at stalling. It's kind of my thing. We'll do this 7-month stream anniversary. I want to use a different face. I feel like I'm always using the same little old expression. Where are all my expressions? Where did they go? I do not know. We have a surprised expression. Oh! Because it's kind of surprising, right? We made it to 7 months. I think. It's pretty surprising to me. I read somewhere that the average life expectancy of a VTuber career is 6 months. That's when people start graduating. So, I think we made it through. I think I'm here to stay. Okay. That's... Why is this rotated that way? Oh my god. Sokar, why? Why are you like this? Why do you have so many layers? You're like an onion. Vampires are like onions, they have layers. Oh, 101 of them. Oh my god. Where is this one thing that I want? Maybe I should name these. If I name them. Maybe. It always comes back to Jazz on the Clock. Why? Why does my weird vocal stimming always come back to Jazz, Jazz, dooba-dooba-doo? Womp, 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 womp. Womp, 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 womp. It's just one of those melodies, you know, that you just can't get out of your head. Before you know it, you're humming along and you don't know why. I don't know where my surprised expression is. I'm gonna have to make a new one. I'm gonna have to find a new one. Because I can't keep track of all these layers. It's almost like I should make a whole new document for my Streamiversaries problem. I don't know. Once you get yourself in this deep, how do you get out? How do you get out when you're 101 layers deep into a project document? 101 layers of PNGs. What do you do? Do you just set fire to the whole fucking thing and start over? I'm horrible about this. Bum ba-dum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum. Oh, we have... Oh. Wait. Have I ever used my excited one? Bum ba-dum. Maybe. I feel like a Streamiversary would be something that I'd be excited about. That should be something you'd be like, oh my god! Oh my god! It's a Streamiversary! Woo! You know? Oh yeah, I've used excited a lot. I'm always excited. I'm always excited. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. We could also use a wink. We could be like, hey, wink. Oh, I like the wink. Hey, 7 months. I think we wink. We're gonna name it. We're gonna call you Wink. Instead of pasted layered number, whatever the fuck. Because that's a bad habit. That's a bad habit. It makes it unsearchable. You know? You don't want to be unsearchable. You want your layers to be searchable. I already have a wink in here? What? Wow, look at that. I actually named it Wink. I'm so proud of my past self. Past Sokar? For once in your goddamn life, you did something right. You did something that I'm proud of you for. You named a layer. You named one single layer. Great. That I don't like how thick that border is though. Pretty thick border. I think we should change that. I think we start that one from scratch. We need to shrink you down. You're too big. You're too big for the people to see. I know. What a problem to have. What a problem to have. You're too big, Sokar. Let's see here. 80%. How about that? Okay. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. These are the sounds of a man who's cooking. Now we need to remove the background. Oh shit. No. Yeah, okay. Removing. No. What the hell's my threshold? Why is my threshold at 150? Sokar. What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't do that. You need to be at threshold like 2. Because we want this one specific color. Out of here. There you go. There we go. And now. And now. You're good, right? Now you're good. Now you're Gucci. You didn't get the rest of it though, did you? Man. Why? Gotta erase, gotta use the eraser tool to erase what I didn't get. The more you use an eraser, the more it becomes erased. You ever think about that? Pretty deep, right? You erase the eraser. The eraser loses itself because of your mistakes. Dun, 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 dun. So deep, right? So philosophical. I know. Okay, you're gonna have the coolest border that ever was. Why is it so ugly? Oh my god. It's pretty gross. It makes me want to vom. I don't know why you're like this. Pretty weird. I don't understand why you are so weird. Okay, we're gonna do this. And then. And then. And then. And then. And then. I'll tell you what I'm about to do. I'll tell you what I'm about to do. I'm about to get rough. I'm about to get rough in you, Sokar. Because you are doing everything wrong. Da, 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 da. Why is this border not? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. It's so jagged. It's so jagged though. Why? I don't know how to thumbnail. I thought that I did, but I don't know how to thumbnail. Oh shit. I like that rhyme. I do too. Just out of it. Bum, 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 bum. 7-month streamiversary. What if I just show like neck up? Neck up. From the neck up. That way you're not blocking all of the shit. Maybe I could shrink. Okay, we need some shrinkage. Once again, Sokar. You're too big. What are you doing erasing that? Stop! No, you erase this. Erase that shit. Okay, now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move you. Gonna make you a little smaller than what you are. Like, try 80% of what you are. Too much for this world to handle. They can only handle you at 80% power. Who knows what would happen at 100%? Okay. Now I need to scale this layer. Woo! There. Okay. That works, even though I just realized this is a picture of Tears of the Kingdom and not Breath of the Wild. Oh. You think people would notice? I don't know. Oh my god. It's fine. It's fine, right? Think anyone would notice? Who would? The only people that would notice would be people that are like intimately familiar with the Zonai, right? The whole lore. Like, you have a Zonai shield? And that's not in Breath of the Wild. You know? Make someone out there feel good about themselves. I don't know. Okay. And with that, let's see. Put it in the Zelda Breath of the Wild folder. We're gonna call it Streamiversary 7. There we go. Yay! Hooray! I made another thumbnail on your time with me on this. What the hell? I went over the other playlist and it started playing. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. So. Rip. Someone out there was jolted awake. Someone out there was in the middle of a deep sleep. Maybe they were dreaming about the beautiful femboys that I was dreaming about last night. The Five Guys story. Well, I enjoyed this lovely date that we had tonight, honey. I did. And I even got to do some work stuff while we were hanging out. I did. So I got to be productive too. But you know, I really can't stay. I've got to go away. This evening has been so very nice. I'm quoting a song, you know? Baby, it's cold outside. I simply must go. The answer is no. The welcome has been so nice and warm. Okay, I'm gonna go. 'Tis the top of the hour. You know what that means. Time for me to go. But don't worry, because I'm gonna be back in like another hour. We're gonna be power washing, so I'm gonna use this time to go make myself a fresh cup of coffee and, you know, refucculate my setup for what we're doing tonight. It'll be good. Oh, I hope to see you there tonight. Not, I understand. But if you want to, you can tune in for that. I don't know if Annie will be streaming on their side as well, but I know I'll be streaming on mine. So, until then, I bid you farewell. I bid you adieu. And remember all the stuff I talked about earlier, because you made me cry. You made me sob, weep uncontrollably. So you better take it to heart to take care of yourself and be good to yourself, honey. Don't forget it. Don't forget it. Most important person is you. I don't care what anyone else says. Most important person is you and then me, okay? Okay. Leah, what are you doing? You were supposed to be gone. I'm signing off, but I'll be back in an hour. We'll be playing Power Wash Simulator with Annie. I hope to see you there. Okay? So until I see you, till next I see you, bye, honey. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello, Bucky. And bye-bye. We're just closing things out. Bye. But don't worry. I'm going to be streaming in another hour with Annie. Okay? Bye. Mwah.